So he's now recording.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnupadaya Krishnaprasthaya Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Name Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyakarine Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Jai Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Vihari Jai Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Vihari Jai Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Vihari Jaya 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 Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Girivaradhari 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 Jaya Yashodanandana Bhaja Jana Ranjana 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 Yamuna Tira Vanachari 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 Yamuna Tira कुंज विहारी जय राधा माधवा जय कुंज विहारी Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, जय वृषभाल परमहंस परिवाराचार्य स्तोत्र सरस्वती श्रीमान अभय शर्मानंद भक्तिवेदांत गोस्वामी महाराज श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। लीला प्रविष्ट विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्री श्रीमान भक्त सिद्धांत सरस्वती महाराज श्रील प्रभुपाद की आनंद कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम सहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोकुलनाथ श्याम राधा गिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर धाम की मधुरपुरी धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की द्वारकापुरी धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की तुलसी देवी की भक्ति देवी की सामवेद भक्तवृंद की Lord Premanandi, all glories to the Sammal devotees, all glories to the Sammal devotees, all glories to the Sammal devotees, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Guru, all glories to Shri Prabhupada. Namo Shukadaya Krishnaprasthaya Bodhini Shri Bhaktivedanta Swami Dinami. Namaste Saraswati Gauravani Prajarini Namaste Shunimani Pashati Nishadarini. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
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 Samsara
Sagare Yamnam Dinaman Karunanire Karmagrahanam Mamuddhavavanam Srimad Bhagavatam Guruyam Pratyaksha Krishnayekahi Sri Guru Simayamata Utyaktam Vasagare Manorathe Nadiyoyam Sada Sarvaya Nirvitneva Tattvavyam Dasoham Bhagaveshava Bhave Bhave Yadha Bhakti Palayo Savajayate Tadha Kurishvadevesha Nadasammo Yadapradho Nadasankirtanam Yasya Sarvapapa Pranashanam Pranamo Dukhasamanam Dhammamami Harim Param Janadya Sayadodvayai Kaladas Tate Svapijnaswaram Tene Brahmadaya Adikavi Muhyandiyar Suryara Tejo Variyunam Yadha Vidimayo Yatpatri Sargo Prashna Dhamdam Sena Sada Virasta Muhakam Satyam Param Dhimahi Dhammaprojiraita Votavaramo Navlasaranam Satam Vedyam Vastavam Pravastu Shivalam Tavaprayomuranam Srimad Bhagavate Mahamunivate Kimvavare Ishvara Satyo Hrityavarudyate Prakriti Sushrushri Dakshanam Nigamadalpakaro Kalitam Balam Shukamukadamrugadra Samyutam Pivadapagaratam Rasamalayam Muraho Rasika Puribhavutaha Satchidananda Rupaya Vishwolpatyati Hedave Tavatraya Vinashaya Shri Krishnaya Vayam Namah Yam Bhavajandam Anudedam Aveda Krityam Dvaipayamo Virahatadanamajudhava Putretiyam Mahayakkaravo Vinedu Tam Sarvabhudalayam Munimanatosmi Yasvanubhavamanilashruvisaramedam Adhyatmadikam Adhitirsadam Tamondham Samsarinam Karunayaha Purana Guhyam Tam Vyasasuyamupayami Gurum Muniyam Narayanam Namaskrityam Naram Jaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamudhiraye Kamaniya Kishora Mukhamute Kalavenu Konidadadananendoho Mahavaji Sangadamurare Madhurena Kanika Vika Vikave Mama Kishopradaya Krishnasaya Bhutare Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Diname नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषशून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशधारिणे श्रीमद्गुरुचरणारविन्दाभ्यां नमः। वन्दे नन्दव्रजश्रीणां पादरेणुमभीष्टशां यासां हरिगतो गीतं पुराणी भुवनत्रयं गोपीचरणारविन्दपरमानवे नमः। पीताम्बरं परिविराजितचक्रशङ्खं कौमोदकी सरसिजं करुणासमुद्रं राधासहायमधिसुन्दरमन्दहासं वातालयेशमनिशं हृदि भावयामि। कोमलं पूजयन् वेणुं श्यामलोऽयं कुमारका वेदवेद्यवरं ब्रह्म वासरां पुरलो मम। मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयेत् यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवं। श्रीकृष्णाय नमः श्रीराधाय नमः। सर्वत्र गोविन्दनाम संकीर्तनं गोविन्द गोविन्द। So, yesterday, in the 14th verse, in that first chapter of the 10th canto, verse 14, Evam nishamya Brahmanandana sadhuvaram Vayasani sabhagavanata vishnuragam Pratyaksha Krishna jaridam kaligalmashagnam Yahattumarabhanam bhagavata pradhanaha. Where Vedavyasa Maharshi mentions there that the Vayasaki Sabhagavanada Vishnuragam. Vishnuraga is hearing and Ramanagam is speaking. Sudeva Goswami is speaking and Parikshit is hearing. What? Pratyaksha Krishna Jaridam Kaligalmashagnam. Krishna Jaridam, about Krishna. What is the benefit? Kaligalmashagnam. It will remove all the effect of Kali on us. And Vyahartvam Arabhanam Bhagavata Pradhanaha. That with his intention, he has started speaking Srimad Bhagavatam. That means that in this world, if somebody says to you that you are so and so, you are so and so in this world, it has no value actually. Some great Mahatma says, then it means something. It means something. Just like here you can see, Vayasani Sabhagavanatha Vishnuranam. Vedavyasa Maharshi and Sukadeva Goswami says about here, Vishnuranam, that Parikshit is Vishnuranam. Sukadeva Goswami is saying this here. Evam nishamya Brahmanandana sadhuvadam Vayasani Sabhagavanatha Vishnuranam. Pratyaksha Krishna jaridam kaligalmashagnam Yahattumarabhanam bhagavata pradhana. So, great souls, they have to say, then it has some meaning. Otherwise, acquiring some title, somebody says that, oh, you, from tomorrow onwards you be a great soul, and give you a title, some path, somebody, something like that, it doesn't mean anything. Mahatmas have to say, address you as something, then it has some value. So rishis have to say, or great jnanis or great devotees. Similarly, Sukadeva Goswami also is hearing, you can see in the next verse, how Sukadeva Goswami is addressing Parikshit. 15. Shri Shuga Uvacham Samyik Varsida Buddhi Tavarajarshi Satsama Vasudeva Kadhayam Tehim Yajjada Atmashtiki Gatim. Samyak Vyavasita Buddhi Tavarajarshi Sattama Vasudeva Katharinamde Yajjada Naishtigi Gati. What is that title he has given here? Samyak Vyavasita. It's like Samyak Vyavasita Buddhi. Among the Rajarshis, which means among the great kings who have become saintly, when the kings becomes great personalities, rishis, when the kings becomes rishis, they are called Rajarshis. Among the Rajarshis Sattama, best among them is Parikshit Maharaj. So he says to him that among them you are the greatest, Rajarshi Sattama. Why? Samyak Vyavasita. Samyak Vyavasita. That means you got the right understanding in your head. You got the brain working properly. In other words, Sukadeva Goswami recognized, seeing that seriousness of Parikshit at the time of leaving the body to think about Krishna and to get absorbed in spiritual life so intensely, like the way Parikshit has displayed his enthusiasm to realize the truth at the time of leaving the body. Seeing that, Sukadeva Goswami says to Parikshit, Samyak Vyavasita Buddhi. That's Samyak. Samyak means, actually, you will see this word Samyak coming in Bhagavatam at different places. What does Samyak mean? Samyak means, you will see this, Tundu Sarvam Parityajya Sneham Svajana Bandhushu Maya Veshamana Samyak Samagrit Vyavajana Swagam. That Samyak, it comes there also. Krishna says to Uddhava this, isn't it? In the beginning of Ekadasha Skandam, Krishna says to Uddhava, Uddhava, what you have to do is Sarvam Parityajya, give up everything at the time of death. You should, when you know in advance that you are going to leave the body, what you have to do is to give up every connection with this world. Tundu Sarvam Parityajya, finish up all connections with this world. What you have to do? Tundu Sarvam Parityajya to Sneham Svajana Bandhushu. All attachment to relatives, friends, society, this, that, everything. All connections one has to break immediately. And then Maya Veshamana, fix the mind on Krishna. When it means on the soul also. Krishna is the soul in everyone. That means spiritually we have to identify with the self, not with the body anymore, at least at that time. And Samyak, that's where the word Samyak comes. Samyak means never again to fall back from that into the Maya, into material life. In such a way you should fix it. That is that Samyak means. Tundu Sarvam Parityajya Sneham Svajana Bandhushu Maya Veshamana. Fix the mind on Krishna or the soul, Samyak, completely, and never to drop again from that. Samadra Vijaya Swagam. After that, with an equal mind, you will travel in this world, whatever you have to do. Samadra Vijaya Swagam. Krishna said in the Ekadasha Skandam to Uddhava. So the same, that Samyak Buddhi, Samyak Vyavasita Buddhi, seeing Parikshit's how do you say, that he has no more going back to the old life of the emperor or king, never thinking about the world again anymore, able to fix his mind totally on Krishna. That buddhi, that intelligence, Sukadeva Goswami is appreciating here. That's what that word is. Samyak Vyavasita Buddhi Tava Rajarshi Sattama. Normally, for a king to leave the kingdom, empire, everything, to come and to sit on the bank, Ganga River bank, preparing for death, that itself is an amazing thing, that he was able to walk away from the palace like that, giving up all connections with this world. But higher than that, after sitting there, his questions were such that he was able to focus completely, so attached to Krishna at the time of leaving the body, without again coming back from that state. That is why Sukadeva Goswami is so impressed by the Parikshit's mood at that time. It is something very important. When the death comes, if we know that it is coming and closer to us, this is what is expected. Never again to think about this world anymore, or all the other connections in this world. And be able to fix the mind completely on Krishna. Samyik Vasida Buddhi. That is why I say, Samyik Vasida Buddhi Tavarajarshi Sattamam Vasudeva Kathayam Te Yajada Naishtigi Gati. Vasudeva Katha, Krishna Katha. In there, Yajada Naishtigi Gati. That your attachment, Rati means that attachment has become so intense. Naishtigi. Naishtigi means Nishtha. Completely fixed on that. Yajada Naishtigi Rati. It has completely fixed on that, and that state of Parikshit's consciousness was so good that Sudeva Goswami is so impressed by that. He is congratulating Parikshit for that state of consciousness, what he has shown. Not want to eat, not want to sleep, not want to drink, don't have anything to do with this world, and totally absorbed in Krishna. And this Parikshit was appreciated by Sudeva Goswami there. That's why Sudeva Goswami begins with this congratulatory words on Parikshit. And he says here, your buddhi, your intelligence has become clear. It's come clear. So when the intelligence is clear, we'll think about Krishna. When the intelligence is polluted, we'll think about the world, rest of the world. So Samyak Vasida Buddhi. Samyak means he has come to Buddhi Yoga. Buddhi Yoga means that Buddhi, that intelligence which is matured for receiving the transcendental message. Receiving the transcendental message. For Samyak Jnanam, that has come. Actually, knowledge of the soul, Atma Jnanam, knowledge of the soul is referred in many places Samyak Jnanam. Samyak Jnanam also. That's another name given to that. Samyak Jnanam, in order for that to happen, that you require a maturity in the intelligence. Certain maturity is necessary. So, that has come up. Samyak Vasida Buddhi Adarshi Sattama Vasudeva Kathayam Te Yajada Naishtigi Radim. Sir, you have got that taste, or you have got that attachment to hear Vasudeva Katha, Krishna Katha. And you have got that steadiness in you for that, for hearing that. That is why he's saying here. Rati means what? Rati means an extraordinary attachment to something. Rati. That Rati has happened to you. Rati has. These words you will see in different places in the Bhagavatam. The word Rati. Rati. Uddhava also says that to Krishna at later time. So, when Rati happens, you become very steady in your spiritual life. You become steady in your spiritual life when there is Rati. That is why that word Rati is important. Uddhava uses that word while leaving Krishna in the Bhagavatam. You will see Uddhava mentions that to Krishna also. Uddhava says to Krishna, while leaving, he says here that Namostude Mahayogin Prapannam Anishadhimam Yatha Tvacharanam Bhoje Ratisyal Anavayini. Namostude Mahayogin. This is the last word Uddhava has spoken to Krishna. The last verse. What Uddhava has spoken to Krishna before going to Badrinath. And this is what he told Krishna. He spoke to Krishna. Namostude Mahayogin. Mahayogin, Krishna. Addressing him, Namostude, obeisances to him. Prabannam Anishadhimam. Please let me surrender to you completely from every side. There is no more false ego wake up inside my heart. Prabannam Anishadhimam. Then, what else? I am praying to you something. What is that? Asking you to give me this. What is that? Yatha Tvacharanam Bhoje. Bhakti towards your lotus feet. What kind of bhakti? Rati. He says the word Rati there. Ratisyal Anabhayini. Rati means such an attachment which will never break again, remains permanent, never to drop from that state, That is Rati. Never to drop from that again. That is the kind of thing called Rati. So, yatha tvacharanam bhoje redisyal anabhayini. Anabhayini means there is no danger to that anymore. There should be any danger anymore towards that attachment to Krishna's lotus feet. Uddhava knows very well, even bhakti, if one wants to have bhakti towards Krishna, Krishna has to give you that bhakti. Otherwise bhakti won't happen. You may struggle whole life to develop bhakti. But when Krishna gives the bhakti, you can have it. Otherwise it's not possible. Krishna has to give us bhakti also. That is why Muktim Dadahi Karhi Jalspana Bhakti Yogam. In the Bhagavatam, when Rishabhadev's story was spoken, Krishna gives very easily mukti to people. Mukti is given easily. When somebody approaches Krishna, Krishna gives mukti easily. But before he gives bhakti, he thinks 10 times about it. In the Bhagavatam, you will see there, in the 5th canto, when Rishabhadev was leaving this world, you will see Rajan Padar Gurudalam Bhavadam Yatonam Devam Prayak Kunapadit Kojakinkarovam Astueva Manga Bhagavan Bhajadam Mukundo Muktim Dadadi Karhijalspana Bhakti Yogam. In the Sukadeva Goswami says there, Rajan Padar Gurudalam Bhavadam Yadunam. Krishna has become for the Pandavas and for the Yadavas as an advisor and their protector all through their life. And Devam Priya Kulapadi Kojakingarovam. And as though not only an advisor and a protector, as a friend, and in all situations they have accepted Krishna's authority in all states. And not only that, Astu Evamanga Bhagavan Bhajadam Mukundam. So in that situation, he is as your representative, emissaries, and when he went to negotiate with Duryodhana, he went there as representing Pandavas to negotiate before the war. And later on, he took up the position as a charioteer for Arjuna. All that he has done for you. So they were saying here, that he has done all that for you. He was your protector, he was your well-wisher, he has, in so many instances, he was your advisor. On your behalf, he went and negotiated with the Kauravas, with Duryodhana and others. At the end, he also became your charioteer. He has done all this for you. Rajan Padar Gurudalam Bhavadam Yadunam Devam Priya Kulabadi Kojakinkarovam Astu Evamanga Bhagavan Bhajadam Mukundo. That because he has done all that thing, that he gives also mukti to anyone very easily, which also is not so concerned about giving mukti. But muktim dadai karhijalsmana bhakti yogam. Before he gives bhakti, he thinks a lot. Before he gives bhakti, he thinks a lot. Because bhakti means the devotee is tying Krishna. Krishna has to do then what the devotee says. That kind of relationship is like that. So therefore, bhakti is not an easy thing. Sometimes we think we are all bhakta devotees, we say. But how much, when it becomes only a devotee when Krishna recognizes as a devotee. That is the first thing. When Krishna says you are my devotee, then you are a devotee. Because devotion is towards someone, isn't it? So if the devotion is towards Krishna, Krishna must certify that you are my devotee. Then we are a devotee. Up to that time, it's a sort of devotee we are. What we are? Whatever we are. We couldn't guarantee that we are devotees. Like Krishna says to Uddhava, isn't it? That Tundhu Bhagavate Shvaham. Among the devotees, I am Uddhava. Imagine how Uddhava would have felt when he said that to Uddhava. Among the devotees, I am Uddhava, he says. So that is a kind of recognition devotees are looking from Krishna. That recognition from Krishna. So similarly here, that Rati, we were talking about Rati, Vasudeva Kathayamye Yajjala Naishtagi Rati. Rati has happened that once Rati comes, then you will become steady in spiritual life. You become steady in spiritual life. So, just like Srimad Bhagavatam we are discussing, sometimes we see, one day we come, we hear, go back, tomorrow I can't come, I have to go somewhere else, I got some other engagement, commitments, this and the other. So, if there is nothing else to do, I will come. That is not Rati. Rati means, that is not Nishtha. That is not Nishtha. Rati means, from the beginning to end, be fixed on that, steady on something, completely committed to it. That kind of attachment is called Rati. And that attachment Parikshit has now. That is what Sudeva Goswami has noticed. And he is saying that here, never again leaving that attachment to Bhagavatam. So, Shravanam, one has to take it as a, like Ekadashi, you take it as a, every 50 days you are accepting, Ekadashi is there, you have to fast that day. Similarly, some steadiness in life also is necessary in hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. So, you could see this also in Naimisharanyam, when all the sages were present there, they arranged themselves in such a way that they have taken a vow that we will not go from here and we will hear Srimad Bhagavatam till Sudha Goswami comes and speaks Bhagavatam. And they've taken a vow there. You can see the Bhagavatam, that statement there. And they're sitting there. They're sitting there with all the sages, Shaunaka Rishi and others who are present there. They have taken a vow that we will sit and listen to Srimad Bhagavatam when Sudha Goswami is speaking. Those sages were not like us those days. They come and they sat there. And no matter what goes on in this world, they won't turn their mind back. Committed to it. Some kind of commitment like that. And for us it is not like that, isn't it? We will always be thinking, today will go, tomorrow I don't know, I'm not feeling very well, I'm not in a mood. Day after tomorrow I'm feeling better, so I'll go and have a look at what's going on. This is not Rati, this is not Nishtha. Nishtha means that steadiness, decided, and this is what I want in my life. That complete fixation of the mind in that way. So, what is interesting here is, in Naimisharanyam, when Srimad Bhagavatam was spoken, when all the sages were present there, then some people felt that what will happen if we go, anything happens to somebody at home, someone dies or somebody leaves the body, what will happen at that time? You know what the sages did? They told Yama to come and to sit there with them. So that nobody could die at that time. That is what is mentioned there. In Bhagavatam you will notice that mentions, because if you are coming in hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, even death won't come. This is the guarantee sages have given in Naimisharanyam. Yamasya midamasinam, saying that they took dharpa grass and made a seat for Yamadharmaraja to come and sit there. So because Yama sat there, nobody will leave the body at that time. So that no one had to, because when you come to hear Bhagavatam, we know we have people have a lot of responsibilities at home. Krishna has to make sure that all those problems don't come on the way. There are old parents at home who requires attention, children at home, they require attention, relatives who will be being cared for, they require attention. So many different ways, people have different obligations at home. And you are leaving all that and coming to hear Bhagavatam, and therefore naturally there is a lot of anxiety. You may get sick at that time. All these problems are there. So unless Krishna takes care of all that, it's not possible to hear Bhagavatam. That is the important thing. So because many people have mentioned about this to the sages who are present in Naimisharanyam, the sages said, let's do one thing. We will ask Yama to come and sit with us here, so that nobody will be fearful of death. At least when Srimad Bhagavatam is going on. After that, Yama can go back to his office and start his work again. So Yama was also given a holiday from the, he was brought in. This is mentioned in the Bhagavatam. It says, Mrityusha mitragaram manim. That Mrityu personified was invited and asked to stay there. So they pulled Yama and also forced him to sit there. Told him, after all, Yama could not refuse it, because why? Srimad Bhagavatam is very dear to Yama also, Yama Dharmaraja also. So, so in the hearing process, Maishtagi Redi, that is important. Maishtagi Redi wants to hear and fixed on that. Many times you will see this, people like that. If you go into where there is big places where Srimad Bhagavatam is spoken by great people, you will see some people so promptly they are there on time. And when they finish, they will sit there and hear without any interruption. That Shravana Sukham they are experiencing. Hearing, that happiness of hearing. That happiness in hearing. That bliss in hearing Srimad Bhagavatam has developed inside. That is what will happen. Normally, those who are hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, those who are speaking Srimad Bhagavatam, so there are the Vakta and Shravan, the speaker and the listener. And there is a third group, Prichaka. You will see that word Prichaka in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Prichaka means one who is organizing everything. One who is organizing everything. So, and this Srimad Bhagavatam purifies everyone, who are the one speaker, the listener, and those who are organizing, just like the Ganga River. Vasudeva Katha Prashnaha. So, actually hearing Srimad Bhagavatam is just like bathing in Ganga River. In the age of Kali, traveling to holy places and worship at the temple is very difficult. Very difficult in the sense, the standard of temple worship is not high anymore. The standard what is required, because the pressure in Kali is in different ways, affects the temples also. Even the temple worship gets affected by the pressures of Kali. What is the pressure of Kali? Pressure of Kali is, temple worship is supposed to be conducted in very pure state. And then to maintain that purity in the temple is very, very difficult in Kali. People's habits. And people travel by airplane, taxis, buses. So while entering into the temple itself, and they come, and they may have physically or mentally polluted by the environment they have come through. And so therefore, even temple worship is practically difficult in Kali. Practically difficult. Then those who are engaged in temple worship, for them also, to maintain a good standard in their habits and consciousness is very difficult. It's very, very difficult. You can see that all over the world. Temple worship is very, very difficult because of the way things are happening now with the people traveling, nature, and too much occupied with the life in the world. And therefore also you can see our pilgrimage and the pilgrimage what the sages have done. They were totally different, isn't it? Vidura went on pilgrimage, is it not? Balaram went on pilgrimage. Both of them went on pilgrimage during Mahabharata war. Did you see how long it took for them to go from place to place? Our pilgrimage is very fixed. Both outward inward flight is both booked. First, we will make sure. Balaram didn't book his dates like that. When he went on, you are supposed to go on pilgrimage like the way they did. Leave everything from home and walk away. And go in such a way completely under Krishna's protection. One has to go. Otherwise that pilgrimage, that is why the benefit of those pilgrimage also is like that today. The pilgrimage when we execute, we have to go leaving everything behind, not caring for anything what's going to happen. Just go away and then travel sufficient times as long as your mind and body is strong enough to these holy places and live so simple with the whatever Krishna's arrangement, whatever food we get, we can eat, and bathing in the rivers and holy rivers and the temple tanks, and completely engaged in the chanting the holy name at the same time. This is how pilgrimage should be. Modern pilgrimage is more like a tourism, isn't it? So the government also knows that. They are saying the spiritual tourism. They call that, that's the name given, without any problem they address it as spiritual tourist. What is a spiritual tourist? No, tourists are for sightseeing, isn't it? But if you go for sightseeing and you say you are spiritual, what is the difference it makes? So this is why it is said that pilgrimage also will not purify as much as it purified in them days. Like in the case of Balram and Vidura and all that. Why Bhagavatam is telling us all that thing? This is how they went on pilgrimage. They wandered around the whole country. Vidura took how many years? 30 to 35 years he was walking around the whole country. From place to place. Balram did the same thing. Mahabharata war, when he came to know it's going to happen, he left. And he went to so many places. You will see the description of that in Charancharamrita and Bhagavatam also. So many places Balram went to. So that is proper pilgrimage. Going away without dependent on anyone, completing Krishna's shelter, whatever Krishna has provided, accepting that, satisfied with that, and to not caring for the body too much. Wherever you get a place to sleep, you sleep there. You carry one or two set of clothes with you and then stay there and use the facilities what's available in different places and be satisfied. That is pilgrimage. That is pilgrimage. Now we need everything, isn't it? Our pilgrimage is like that. Even the buses should be air conditioned. Otherwise we find it difficult. So hot it is, we say. So you can see the state of consciousness and therefore purification won't happen the way it should happen. So that's why it's mentioned here that those things, temple worship, pilgrimage and all these things cannot purify a person so easily in Kali. So easily in Kali. So therefore in Kali they say as much as possible to organize satsangam and to be in the association, because satsangam is also a tirtham. It's also a tirtham. Satsangam, sitting in satsangam means you are on a pilgrimage actually. Because what is the purpose of pilgrimage? To purify oneself, chitta shuddhi, isn't it? And it is possible to have that in satsangam. And that is what he says here in the next verse you will see. Sudeva Goswami says there. Vasudeva katha prashnam purusham srin punadihi vaktaram prachagam shotram sarpada sarilam yadha. Vasudeva katha prashnam purusham srin punadihi vaktaram prachagam shotram talpada salilam yadha. So this question he says, Vasudeva Katha Prashna, that these questions you have raised about Krishna, and this question is such that it brings like Ganga River, which is, Ganga River is what is washed Krishna's lotus feet. That is why Ganga is pure, isn't it? He purifies everyone. Similarly, this very question, Vasudeva Katha Prashnam Purusham Strin Punadihi, that it purifies everybody. How? With all three people. Who are they? Vaktaram, Prichagam, Shrotram, Talpada, Salilam, Yadha. Vaktaram means the speaker. He gets purified. Prichagam means one who is organizing all the things. He is Prichagam. Vaktaram, Prichagam. And then Shrotram, one who is hearing. Srimad Bhagavatam. All three of them, Talpada, Salilam, Yadha, they all get purified by Vasudeva Katha, Krishna's Katha. Krishna Katha purifies all of them. The speaker, the listener, and the people who have organized it. They all get purified. All get purified by them. So, now, he is going to start talking the, Sudeva Goswami is going to begin the Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna's appearance. He is going to start speaking from now on. So, where is the beginning of Krishna Katha, Krishna's appearance, isn't it? So, Bhumi Devi found it very difficult with the asuric nature of the human population. They became very demoniac. So, Bhumi Devi felt that it is full of asuras, demons everywhere. Demons everywhere. He felt that. And he says there that their administration, the demonic administration, that was becoming a problem for that. Demonic administration was becoming a problem for that because of their administration. And asura means, what does the word asura means? Asureshu indriyarteshu atyanta ramade iti asuraha. Asureshu, asura means what? Asura, we say everyone, Asura is a demon, we call people, demon. He's a demon, we say. Demonic. What does that mean? Asureshu, the definition of Asura or demon is Indriyarteshu Atyandaranate iti Asura. One who is absorbed too much excessively in sense enjoyment is an Asura. Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Excessively engaged in sense gratification. When we say excessively engaged means, we are allowed sense gratification. To what extent? That's the question. To the extent that we have to maintain the body. That's all. In that process, if any gratification happens, it's fine. But simply gratifying senses becomes the life and soul, then it is Asura, even if he is initiated. Even if somebody is initiated, but if he has made this business in life as sense enjoyment, all the time busy with sense gratification, he's an Asura. His nature is Asuric, but the attachment for sense enjoyment is so strong that he has not managed to control his senses. So when they become majority in this world, in this planet, Krishna says here, Bhumi's weight, she feels the weight, the heaviness of those people. In other words, Bhumi Devi started feeling that because of the sense and joys, they exploit the material nature very much. And Bhumi Devi was finding it very, very difficult because of them in majority in the planet. So what did she do? She went to see Lord Brahma. And she is praying there. When she went there, there's a long queue there. She tried to jump the queue. And they told her, no, you come in the queue. Like here also sometimes happens. So she tried to jump the queue. She said, and when she tried to jump the queue, all who were standing in the queue, they told her, look, you come now, you stand in the queue like us. We're all standing here. So she stood in the queue, and all the demigods were standing there in the queue. So told her, you go and stand at the end, she said. So everyone has the same, they were all holding the same application. They all had the same applications, all the demigods also. Because they were also feeling that they wanted to minimize the weight of the Mother Earth, and the demigods also were feeling the pressure. So they told Brahma says, So Brahma goes to Vaikuntham and starts praying there. Not direct vision, but in his heart. Brahma, you remember in the beginning of Bhagavatam also, in Hridayakasham means inside the heart, Brahma heard the answer for his prayers. The prayers what Brahma and the demigods prayed were, in the Bhagavatam when it's spoken, they went to the ocean of milk and they stood at the ocean bank and prayed from there. And they heard the answer also inside. Just like he heard Tapa in the beginning, similarly heard the answer. So, and Brahma heard Krishna's words inside his heart. In the space inside, the answer came to Brahma. All the great sages have that potency to do it. We also are supposed to be like that. Somehow or the other we have lost that nature. For example, in life also, whenever we get problems in life, disturbances, distress, various kinds of distresses will come, either from family members or from relatives or society. In some form, when things happen like that, we shouldn't go and tell everyone our distress. We shouldn't go and tell everybody. By saying like that, there are one or two problems, one or two wrong things that we are doing there. First thing, we will go and make their mind impure by conveying our distress to them. It's not a good thing to continuously disturb everybody else's mind. And sometimes when you hear others' distress, that will also have some effect on us. when we have said that to somebody else, we have given a little distress to them also. We have shared our distress with others. It's not going to minimize the distress what you are experiencing at the moment. So practically, this was the system in the past. When people had distress, what they do, they will pray to Krishna with an open heart. They will say to Krishna with the open heart. In other words, without any chittavritti inside, completely wipe it off and keep the mind totally at rest and say to and create that space inside. And create a space inside. And when the heart is free from any chittavritti inside, chittavritti shunyam, and when it is free from all kinds of thoughts, when thoughts which come in continuously, that means the mind is free from all other vibrations, all thoughts, vibrations inside. And at that time you will hear Krishna's instructions. Krishna's instructions. That the solution to our problem will come at that time. And that is Krishna's Vani. Krishna's Vani. This was the system in the past. Only now, when we have a problem, what do? We phone up everybody. Isn't it? Because mobile phone is there, landline is there, so many lines, so you can phone everyone and tell everyone what's going on. Similarly, transport facilities are there, so you will jump into the car, gone there to solve the problem. This is modern arrangement. Why? Inside we have lost that process of solving problem. Years ago, before all these mobile phones, transport facilities happened, people lived on this world, in this world, is it not? They lived in this world. We are thinking we have made advancement. Actually, we got degraded in that process. In them days, when problems happened, nobody phoned anybody, and no one ran around the whole world telling all these problems in this world. This is our modern way of solving problems. What they did, they sat peacefully somewhere and thought about it, and they tried to make themselves very peaceful first, thinking not thoughts to develop inside, and that creates that space, and praying to Krishna for a solution to the problems. This was the normal way how people lived in this world in the past. But it has changed now. But anyway, that is the answer to all the problems should come from inside. Should come from inside, not from outside. Even for Brahma got the answer like that. Brahma had the answer. He also received the answer in the same way. If you look into Bhagavatam, you will see there how the answer was received in the 21st verse, in the first chapter. Giram samadho gagane samiritam nishamya vedha pradashanuvachaha gam paurushi me shrudamara punar vidhiyadamashu tadaiva machiram. Giram samadho gagane samiritam nishamya vedha pradashanuvachaha gam paurushi me shrudamara punar vidhiyadamashu tadaiva machiram. So, in samadhi state, Girav Samadho, in samadhi state, Brahma got the answer. You see? That is that samadhi state. Samadhi state means that he controlled his mind and stayed in that state, and Girav Samadho, that he received the answer. He received the answer. Girav Samadho, he received the answer. Girav Samadho. Anyway, Girav Samadho Gagane Samiridam. In Samadhi state the answer came, he says. In Samadhi state, Brahma received the answer. So, Samadhi means mind has become Samahidam. Samahidam means that became very pointed, ekagrata, concentration. That if the problem was there, he thought about it, Brahma, and the answer came from within. Then Brahma prayed, and like Brahma heard Krishna's instructions. Paurushidam gam paurushi me shrunuyada shrunudamara punar. So, when Brahma is saying to all the demigods, I'll tell you what I heard inside. What I heard inside. Gam Paurushi me Shundamadapanar Vidhiyadamashu Tama Tathaivama Achiram. Then accordingly we should do things and we should not delay this anymore, he says. We should not delay this anymore. So here we can see they say Gam Paurushi me. Purusha's reply, he says. Purusha has spoken. And that time, how Brahma prayed to Krishna was through Purusha Suktam prayers. Famous Purusha Suktam prayers. Purusha Suktam prayers you can read in the Srimad Bhagavatam also in the beginning, in the second canto. Then all the demigods and Brahma also, they prayed to Krishna through Purusha Suktam prayers. So there, then they got the answer from within their own heart. Brahma says to the demigods, he says to them, I'll tell you what I heard. You can hear that, he said. Very soon, in order to free Mother Earth from her burden of these asuras, he is going to appear in this world. And Krishna will remove kill all the demons who are here. And what will he do? What he will do? Puraiva Pamsavatato Darajvaro Bhavadbiram Shailya Nusubhajanyadam Sa Yavadumyam Haranishwara Sakala Shaktya Kshabayam Charet Bhumi. Then Puraiva Pamsavatato Darajvaro. Krishna has already, before Bhumi Devi had come to stand in the queue to complain about her distress, already Krishna knew about her state. Krishna was already aware of that. And he says here that Bhumi Devi's distress is known to Krishna prior to that, and you should also appear that Bhavadbiram Shaili Dushubha Janyadam. You should also take birth among the Yadava family, telling all the demigods to come and take birth. So long as Krishna is present in this world, on Mother Earth, and he performs his pastime here, till then, till he leaves this world, you also should stay in this world. You should also stay in this world. Therefore, it was an invitation to all the demigods to come here while Krishna was present here. Kala Shaktya Kshamayam Charet Bhuvi. You will see there. Sa Kala Shaktya Kshamayam Charet Bhuvi. Kala Shaktya Kshamayam Bhuvi. In other words, that Kala Shakti, time personified, is coming. That's how it's mentioned. Time personified. That doesn't say directly Krishna is coming. It says Kala Shaktya Kshamayam Bhuvi. Kshamayam Charet Bhuvi. Kala Shakti, time personified, is coming here. So, this is, different devotees have different conception about that. Krishna has come and there are great devotees who have this perception that Lord Shiva has come as Radharani. These are all different understanding of different devotees. Because if you look in Vrindavan, you will see there is that famous temple, isn't it, Gopeshwar Mahadev, where Shiva wanted to participate in Krishna's pastimes. So Krishna, and he also had to come in the form of a gopi. Shiva has to take the form of a gopi, and this is all different perceptions of different devotees. Kala Shaktya Kshamayam Bhuvi. In spiritual life, nothing is black and white. When we start thinking that everything is, it has to happen like this, somebody else says something different, he is saying something different. This we shouldn't think like that. Many devotees, according to their own realizations, and they will have different understanding of various things in the Srimad Bhagavatam. And we cannot disagree or question that because it's their understanding from Bhagavatam, what they have experienced and realized it. That is why all different commentators also will disagree on many things. So these are all different devotees, their understanding, their realization of Kala Shakti. Kala Shakti has come. That's all Bhagavatam says. Kala Shakti. Kala Shakti, somebody says it has come as Krishna. Kala Shakti has come as Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita also you will see a verse there. Kalosmi loga kshagar pravardha, logan samaharta miha pravardha. Hriday vitvan bhavishyandi sarve, evasthido pratyanikeshi yodha. In the universal form, when Krishna displayed the universal form to Arjuna, and Arjuna started seeing the universal form, he says there, Kalosmi loga kshagar pravardha. This universal form is a very interesting chapter in the Bhagavad Gita. If you read the description of that universal form very carefully, many acharyas are of opinion, actually it is Lord Shiva who is present there. In that. Why is that? Reason is this, that Krishna's destructive force is Shiva, isn't it? Krishna's destructive force is Shiva. And it is that destruction that is present in the universal form which Arjuna is seeing, and he got frightened. So many of the description in that 11th chapter in the Bhagavad Gita is more closer to Shiva's manifestation than Krishna's manifestation. It's not outrightly spoken, but if you look into the manifestation of Krishna there, it is the Shiva aspect of Krishna there. And this verse comes there. Kalosmi loga kshayaram pravardhaha. Kalam, time. Asmi. What does I do? Kshayaram pravardhaha. Then I finish up everything in this world. Suppose I decided to finish up this world, I will come in that way. I decided to close this show, what's going on today. Krishna decided to close one day. When he decided to close that chapter, Krishna will come and says, that's enough now. That will be time. That is time. Kalosmi. Kalam or time is a factor in relationship with the material world. In spiritual life, there is no such thing called time. There is no such thing called time. If you are on the spiritual platform, you are not to be frightened about time. We are frightened about time, isn't it? We are always frightened. Always we are complaining, oh, time is already past day. We'll say like that. Always frightened of time. It's a kind of fear within us. Why is it like that? Because I mentioned the reason before, the mind has this problem. Mind sees time in this way. For mind, everything past, present and future. Past, present and future doesn't exist in spiritual life, spiritual world. Spiritual life, everything is present. Past and future doesn't exist in spiritual life. Everything that is present is spiritual life. But we are so used to this past, present and future. We are always thinking, oh, in the past it has, mind will tell you like this. In the past, this has happened. Mind is always constantly interpreting the past. This is what the mind does, isn't it? So, interpreting the past is the duty of the mind. Or expectations about the future, what will happen. Mind is the thing that pulls you down to the body, to the bodily identity, bodily platform. It's the mind what it does. But when you are on the spiritual platform, this will not happen. Because in spirituality there is no birth, there is no death. You are always in the present. Time is not a factor. You won't find any watches and clocks in Golokam. There won't be anything there that you have to look at your watch every day, that what time is it now. No, there is no time there. Time is not, because here we are affected by the time, isn't it? We are thinking time is such an important thing. Time is running out, we say, and we have developed so many time measuring devices. In everything there is a watch now, isn't it? If you buy a radio, there is a watch with that. And even when the television, any channel comes, there is a clock at the corner. So why is that? It's always frightening you all the time, time. Time is frightening you throughout life. Time and space, both of them. These two things don't exist in spiritual life. Time and space has no importance in spiritual life. That's why time itself is a factor that kills us. Indirectly it is killing us all the time. Frightened about that. So, Kalosmi loka kshetra pravardhaha. And there Krishna says in the form of time. As soon as you are taking shelter of the time, you can take it that you are under fear of death. Death and time, they all come together, isn't it? Kalosmi loga kshayam pravartaha, logan samahartamiha pravartaha. When I come in the form of time, what I do, in the form of time, I swallow the whole world, he says. Logan samardha kalosmi loga kshayam pravartaha, logan samahartamiha pravartaha. This time has opened its mouth and keeps it open. And it is slowly swallowing the whole thing. Very, very slowly, it is swallowing the whole creation inside. It's taking it inside. And that is what Bhagavad Gita is saying. Kdevi tvarna bhavishyane sarve evastita pratyamikeshu yodham. So Krishna says that in the I come with the time personified, as time personified. And it says here, where is he going to come? Vasudeva grihe sanshal Bhagavan Purushapara Janishyare talprayartham Sambhavan Vasurastrayah. Verse 23. Vasudeva grihe sanshal Bhagavan Purushapara Janishyare talprayartham Sambhavan Vasurastrayah. Then I'll appear there, as I say, I'll appear there in Vasudeva's home. And all the demigods also, they should also, all the women from the heavenly planets, they should also come. Whoever wants to participate in my Leela, in my pastimes, they can also come. And for their own happiness, the women from the heavenly planets, they prayed to Krishna, they wanted to participate. Krishna has invited them also. And many of them has come as gopis. In this world, 3 different categories of gopis are mentioned in the Vaishnava Toshani and other literature. So, and Krishna says there, I will appear in Vasudeva's house in Mathura. Vasudeva's house in Mathura. So this word Mathura is a famous place because of Krishna's appearance, and in Vasudeva's home he has appeared. So Mathura, if you look at the word, it has also got these 2 letters, Rama there, isn't it? Mathura, Ra and Ma. So the word Rama is also present in the word Mathura. Tulsidas says like that. Tulsidas and Amjad, he talks about that, saying that the word Rama is also there in Mathura. So Mathurapuri's presence of Krishna in the Mathurapuri is mentioned there. So while appearing in the Mathurapuri, it says that Sandrananda Tano Hare Nanapuram Devasure Sangare Tulkritam Avikarma Sheshavasado Yetena Yadanidim Tesham Budala Janmanam Didibhuvam Bharena Durardidaham Bhumi Prabhavirinjamashrabadam Devai Bhujai Vadadai. Sandrananda Tanu means Krishna. Why Krishna is addressed like that? Sandram Anandam. Ananda means bliss. Sandra means concentrated bliss. Concentrated bliss. Sandrananda Tanu. Sandrananda Tanu is concentrated bliss. Krishna, Hare Nanapura Devasure Sangare. That when they appeared, Krishna decided to come along with all the other personalities from the heavenly planets as well. Why did he come? Because when Krishna came as Ramachandra here into this world, he killed many demons. Many demons were killed. But some of them, their prarabdham has not finished yet. Although it was killed, they were killed. Their prarabdham was not finished yet. That is why karma shesha vashato, they still have karma shesham. That means balance of karma was still left in them. Yetena yadam gatim. So Krishna wanted to finish up that karma also. And in that way, Tesham Budala Janmanam Didibhuvam Bharena Durardidam. So many of them have taken birth in this world again. Kamsa and others are in that category. Kamsa was Kalameni in his past life. And when the demigods and the demons fought, Mahabali's side was Kalanemi. Mahabali's friend he was. And he got killed. Remember that chaining of the milk ocean happened. And then after that, the famous war happened between the demigods and the demons. Famous war that was. In that war, so many demons got killed. But even though they got killed by Vishnu, they didn't go back to the spiritual world. They all took birth and came as big demons in the earthly planet. They came again here. So, when this happened, that is why, before Bhumi Devi approached Krishna, they went to Brahma, and Brahma said, I can't do anything about them. They are such demons that they have come back again, have they? He said. So they said, I can't do anything about it. Brahma said, I can't do anything about these people. They keep coming back again, what to do? And Brahma said like that. Then they went to Shiva. Shiva says, I also can't do anything about it. That's not my department, he said. Shiva says, it's not my department. I am only allowed to finish them up finally, when everything is over. That's why when I come into action, he said. Up to that time, I have to let them go. I can't do anything. That's how they went to Vishnu. And then Krishna decided to come at that time. Tesham Bhudala Jannanam Didibhuvam Bharena Dura Dida Bhumi Prabha Virinjam Ashadavadam Devai Purei Vadadehi. So with that invitation, everybody has come. So actually here we have to pay our respects to all these demons. We have to pay our obeisances to them. Because if had they not come, Krishna would have come here. Isn't it? Krishna would have come to this world had these demons haven't come here. That's also important. We say that oh, they were all demons, so we are better off. We are not better off than them. They are better off than us because they all gone back ultimately at the end. So therefore, Vishnu Maya Bhagavati, she will appear here. She will appear here that the Vishnu Maya Bhagavati, with the help of Vishnu Maya, taking their shelter, they have all come here. And it is these demigods and these big demons. Demigods came because Krishna invited them to come. But the demons are actually the cause of Krishna's coming here. For Krishna, this is not the only planet, isn't it? He has got so many millions and trillions of universes going on. And the fact that because of their presence, that Krishna has decided to come here. So, Maya Bhagavati will appear here. Everything was prepared for Krishna's appearance. And everyone is waiting for Krishna to appear. So the whole atmosphere was jubilant and everyone looking very happy. Like in the Bhagavad Gita it says there, isn't it? Yada yada dharmasya, glanya bhavati bharata, abhyuthanam adharmasya, tadalpanam srijamyaham, paripranaya sadhunam, vinashaya dushkridam, dharma samstavanataya sambhavami yuge yuge. Two famous verses in the Bhagavad Gita. So, in order to make those words true, what Krishna has spoken in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is going to appear. What was the situation in Mathura at that time? There were different clans at that time in Mathura. The Bhojas, the Vrishnis, the Andhakas, the Shurasenas, they are all different clans who were present at that time. So, smaller group. And the one king who ruled all these different clans was Ugrasena, and his son was Kamsa. So, his son was Kamsa. Now, the word Kamsa is an interesting word, isn't it? If you look at that word itself, Akhandananda Swami gives an explanation, Himsayam. That Himsayam, that means doing Himsa, very violent towards everyone else. That was Kamsa's nature. In other words, from the spiritual side, this word Kamsa actually represents the false ego inside. Very strong ego, very powerful ego inside. That is Kamsa actually. Kamsa is actually representing that false ego. And if you look Kamsa's wives, two wives he has got. What is the name? Asti and Prapti. You don't hear these words anytime, anywhere. Have you noticed? Asti and Prapti. The only where nobody puts these names to their daughters, Asti and Prapti. Have you seen that? Asti and Prapti. But when you read Srimad Bhagavatam, you can see the names that were given to these two personalities, Asti and Prapti, also has a spiritual side to it. Bhagavatam, you have to understand it that way, that just don't take the story alone as the everything. Asti and Prapti, what does it mean? Asti means what I have got now, and Prapti means what I have to get in the future. This is Asti and Prapti. The word is correct. Word is actual, strictly speaking, the word means that. Asti means what I have got now, Prapti means what I have to get in the future. So when you have people with those words as their names, then sometimes people say, how much deposits have I got in the bank? They keep an account of that very closely. Tight watch on that. Is it remaining steady, or is it growing with inflation, or is it growing better than inflation? People keep looking at it and they feel satisfied. I am worth $1 billion now or $1 million now, and feeling some happiness from that. That is Asti. Asti is that. Our mind, which keeps evaluating ourselves all the time and feeling some happiness from that, I am so much worth now in this world. $500,000 or 1 million or whatever, that it doesn't matter. When we are in that state of consciousness, that is Asti. And then there are other people, some other people who have great plans for the future, that I will be making so much money. If every year I make this much money, by 50 when I am retiring, I'll have so much, I won't have to worry anything after that. That is Prapti. I'll acquire all this wealth by then, and then I'll be retiring after that. And then spiritual life will start after that. So this is the plan for the future. So Asti and Prapti, these two names practically represent our consciousness in that way. How people think in this world about their success in this life and their plans for the future. And you know, they are the daughters of Jarasandha, isn't it? All these names are unusual names. Anyway, you won't find all these names. Have you heard anyone have a name Duryodhana? Nobody gives name Duryodhana to anyone, is it? Or Dushasana, or Dushala. Such names you don't give to anybody. Similarly, Jarasandha also you won't give to anybody. If you look at the word, you will see that word Jarasandha has a meaning, strong meaning behind it. What is that meaning? Meaning is this, that Prajapatis in the process of creation, from 10 Prajapatis were born. When Prajapati is created, when Prajapati created in two parts, the body was created in two parts. Jara came and joined these two parts, and that is how Jarasandha was born. If you read the history of Jarasandha, you will see somebody joined them together. Sandha means to join together, and he became Jarasandha. He became Jarasandha. And because of that, spiritually what it means is, see, this is the interesting side of it. The soul inside us cannot get Jara. You know, what does Jara mean? Old age we say in English, isn't it? It's not just old age alone. Old age is the closest word you can put for Jara. Jara means that material body going through changes, change after change, and eventually it loses its vitality, strength, everything, and preparing lead to die and get destroyed in that process. That time just before that is called Jara, isn't it? That is called Jara. Now, the soul has, we have to remember this, the soul has no Jara. Birth, death, old age, disease is not for the soul, it is for the body. Is it not? Birth, death, old age and disease is for the body, not for the soul. Krishna is keep on repeatedly saying this to us to get that understanding firmly in our head. But when you mix jadam is this dead matter, which is material body, with Chaitanyam, the living force, together, if you mix these two things together, it is from that day onwards, Jara has taken birth. Jara took birth at that point, or Vardhakyam or Jara has begun. Because all the distress, all the old age does not happen to the living force inside. But it appears as though the living force inside is experiencing everything. And that is called Jara. That is actually Jara means. Jara is not just old age. The living force inside the spirit soul, which does not have birth, death, old age and disease, appears as though is experiencing old age, experiencing death, due to being mixed with matter, with the matter. And when that experience happening to the soul, although it doesn't happen, it appears as though it's happening to the living entity, the living force inside. That experience is called the Jara. That is the right understanding of Jara. Not the old age. We just think old age. There's a lot of people who are in the old age very smart, active. No. When we feel experience that the characteristics of the material body, which has got mixed up with the living force inside, when it got mixed up like that, when you experience that old age as though it is affecting that living force inside, though in reality it doesn't, when you start experiencing, but if you remain on the spiritual platform, old age will never touch you. Old age cannot touch you because in spiritual platform there is no such thing as old age. Spirit soul is eternal, isn't it? So that experience of the nature of the material body, when it is experienced in the soul, it is called the Jara. That is the real meaning of the word Jara. Jara. So, Jarasandha means, and because that Jara, the lady who joined Jara and who joined the two parts together, she was Jara. Because Jara she personified, that particular feature personified is that lady Jara. She joined them together and therefore he is called Jarasandha. He is called Jarasandha, the father of Kamsa's wives, Asti and Prapti. So in other words, so Jarasandha means actually nothing but time. Nothing but time. Once you are caught in the grip of time, these things will happen. Once you are caught in the grip of time, what actually spiritual life means, escaping from the grip of time, isn't it? Escaping from the grip of time. So long as you are in the grip of time, you will always experience all these things. When we get released from the modes of nature, time, everything, we escape from death, and that is liberation. That means liberation from them. And you know one thing, Krishna has used this Jarasandha's wife's name in the Bhagavad Gita. Have you noticed that? If you look into Bhagavad Gita, you will see that. I'll tell you the verses. Krishna is always remembering Jarasandha and Kamsa's wives. He has remembered them. And he has even used them in the Bhagavad Gita. If you look into the 16th chapter, verse 13. If you look there, you will see verse 13. Idam madhyamaya labdham imam prapsye manoratham idam asti idam abhime bhavishyati punardhanam. You see there? Idam madhyamaya labdham imam prapsye manoratham. That prapsye, word is prapti. She is prapti. Imam prapsye manoratham. Idam asti idam abhime asti. Asti and prapti. Both of them are there in that verse. Idam asti idam abhime bhavishyati punardhanam. If you look at the translation, Prabhupada says there, demoniac person thinks, so much wealth do I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future, more and more. And he is my, and then, Asaumaya ahada ushatru hanishye chapara nabi ishwaroham bhogi siddhoham bhagavan sukhi. And Krishna goes on in this chapter. So you can see, asti and prapti is that. That's the words where it's coming from. And those two names, asti and prapti, means that, and they were the daughters of Jarasandha. So, when the spiritual spark, the spirit soul, comes into contact with matter and gets mixed up with the matter, birth, death, old age and disease will come, will happen. When they happen, that combined unit which is this body, it will develop this quality, asti and prapti. That is why it is said like this. From Jarasandha, asti and prapti were born. To tell us that it came in this story like this. Purpose of that telling us is this, that if you will fall from your spiritual identity as spirit soul and come into contact with matter, immediately you will become a Jarasandha. Why? You have lost your spiritual identity and you have got mixed up with matter, material body, material elements, everything, and then you become Jarasandha's nature. Jarasandha you develop. That means you are under the grip of time. You are under the grip of time. After you have become Jarasandha, what will be the consciousness? You will have nice two daughters called Asti and Prapti. And those two will be your consciousness. You will be very concerned about these two daughters, Asti and Prapti. In other words, every day you will be checking the bank account, how much is there, and every day you will be thinking how much I am going to make in the future. This is all the result of that. Can you imagine that? This is our life in this world. And that is why Krishna is saying there, these things are not helpful for spiritual life. These things are not helpful for spiritual life. Therefore he says here, Astinam idam asti vavabhimi bhavishyati punardhanam. How much money will be there? How much money will be in the bank after 5 years from now? Where should I deposit everything? Where is the best investment, best return? All these thoughts constantly absorbed in that, thinking like that. Thinking like that. That's why he says here, idam adhyamayam labdham imam prapse manoradham. Prapsyam, prapsi is prapti, manoradham, completely controlled by the mind. Then idam asti idam abhime bhavishyati punardhanam. How much money will I make in the future? Punardhanam, how much money will come? Asaumaya hada shatru hanishye chapara nabi ishwaroham bhogi siddhoham bhagavan sukhi adhyovi janavanasmi konyosti sadrisho mayam yakshe dasyami modisha iti ajnana vimohidaha. All these things Krishna says is symptoms of ajnana. Ajnana means ignorance. What are they? Adhyo vijanavanasmi konyosti sadrisho maya yakshe dasyami modishya iti ajnana vimohidaha. Demonic person thinks, so much wealth do I have today, I will gain more according to my schemes, so much is mine now, and it will increase in the future more and more. He is my enemy and I have killed him, and my other enemy will also be killed, and I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer, I am perfect, powerful and happy. I am the richest man, surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices, I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by ignorance. That 16th chapter, everybody likes it, isn't it? Have you noticed that? I don't know, when people read the 16th chapter, they think Krishna is talking about me, is it? A lot of people have special attachment for the 16th chapter. How nicely Krishna is presenting me in the Bhagavad Gita. You feel like that, isn't it? Because of that. Because we are all in that state that we have become like that the nature of our mind is such that we feel great happiness. Even we have been put in the Bhagavad Gita. We feel happiness in that. Not only Dhritarashtra, Arjuna, Sanjaya, but us also. There in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna has not forgotten us. Anyway, so this is the problem. That I got so much and I'll acquire so much tomorrow and I will get so much and you don't know how long you're going to live in this world either. But after acquiring all that, you leave everything one day and you'll go from here. Nobody will say anything one word about it. Once you're gone, no one cares about that. So, but in spite of all that, is still that desire is not leaving. Desire is not leaving. So, the people who keep these kind of desires inside, they are all Kamsa. They are all Kamsa. That's how we have to understand Bhagavatam. You shouldn't think that Kamsa is someone who Krishna killed and he is gone and after that Kamsa never came. Kamsa is right here, right now in this world. Practically majority is Kamsas like that now. So Kamsa thinks like this. Kamsa will have two wives, Asti and Prapti, with what I said before, and they will be, because they are daughters of Jarasandha, where they are born from this consciousness. So all these words, Jarasandha, Kamsa, Asti, Prapti, all it means something to those who are in the spiritual life. They have to take note of all these words very carefully and keep it in their mind. We shouldn't become like Asti and Prapti. We should become like Kamsa. We should become like Jarasandha. That's what it means. So, so they are there in all times. Such people, they are always there. Like you are thinking that Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu has come and gone. They are not there. No, they are also here today. Hiranyakashipu, Hiranyaksha, Kamsa, they are all here. What is their symptom? Their symptom is like this. They are attached to irreligious principles. They won't live a spiritual life. They will always live a life of irreligiosity, adharma. That means they don't have any ethics in their life, just becomes life very demonic nature. And they hate religious principles. And spiritual life, everything they hate. Where does dharma stands? Dharma stands among the devotees. Among the devotees and those who are cultivating spiritual life. In them, dharma will be there. You will only find religious principles among them. Those who are cultivating spiritual life, you will find religious principles in them. Such great personalities, great devotees, Mahatmas, and sadhus or yogis, and devotees, everywhere you will find them. So, the job of these people is to stop all that, their activities, devotees' activities, and sacrifices, and somehow or the other give pain and trouble to them. That is the Asura trait, Parambara, Asura Sampradaya. It is like that. And they are always there. They will continue to do that. So in all times, Hiranyakashipu, Kamsa does exist. And so one nature of Kamsa, Kamsa's nature, is to give pain to people who are absorbed in spiritual life. To give pain to them. That is Kamsa's nature. And in Kali, it will be very powerful. This Kamsa's nature will be very powerful. And therefore, this is not the time from the past. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya dushkradam. Krishna says, wherever devotees are experiencing distress in their life, so that causes pain for all the pious people. When the devotees getting into difficulty. When devotees are feeling distress, sadhu or the pious people also feel their pain and they can't do anything at that time. Only Krishna, when situation gets so bad, Krishna has to act. There is no other way. Therefore, only all you can do is to pray to Krishna to protect the devotees. To protect the devotees. Because when Kamsa was ruling the country, and Ugrasena was also in charge, but although Ugrasena was in charge, administration was in Kamsa's hands. Kamsa has taken over complete control. And Kamsa was running the show. And Kamsa was the right-hand man of Jarasandha. Jarasandha's right-hand man. The two together were creating hell for everyone. And Vrishni also belongs to Yadava race, and Vrishni race, and he wanted to bring them also under their control. So what did they do? Kamsa found out one, you call this in the politics, kind of a political diplomatic move he made, tactics and political tactics. What was that? What did he do? His cousin, which is Devaki, he wanted to marry, who was the daughter of Devaka, he wanted to marry Devaki to Vasudeva, who was the head of this Vrishnis. So that if you marry, this was quite often a normal among the Kshatriyas, and particularly among the royal families, this was a system that they will marry each other and keep together the wealth and control over the kingdom in that way. It was quite a tradition like that from the past. So Kamsa also thought of a move like that. He decided that somehow or the other, if he can get Vasudeva married to Devaki, the Vasudeva is the head of the Vrishnis, they will also come under their control. Seeing all these things, they married him, and immediately, and the idea was to bring Vasudeva under his control. And Vasudeva was a powerful leader of the Vrishnis. With this thought, marriage happened. Marriage happened. Politicians are also like that, isn't it? Politicians also do similar things. And they will, what will they do? Politicians, sometimes it's very funny to watch them, how these politicians do different things. When the election is coming, just before that, they'll go to all the hospitals, go to the patients and shake their hands like this. All kinds of, and they will go to the public and then shake hands, pat the baby, give a kiss to someone, all sorts of funny things they do. What a shame. If you think about all these things, politics has come to such levels now, isn't it? So the same thing, that political nature, it was there in Kamsa also. Kamsa also did exactly the same thing. And this scheming and maneuvering people all the time to keep the control on others, this is Kamsa. This is Kamsa. You will see this quality in people, so many politicians, all over the world, they do exactly the same thing. They do exactly the same thing. Everywhere you will see. Once the election is over, gone, then you never see them. Just 2-3 weeks prior to the election, they'll appear at your doorstep, knocking the door with a broad smile, and to get your vote. This whole thing is such a joke. Anyway, so the important thing is that Kamsa's nature, these people, they have only one thing in their life goal, always planning in this world how to be in control of the situation. So they do all. So Kamsa did exactly the same thing. And quite often it all misfires. Same thing misfired. Krishna misfired the whole thing. By marrying Devaki to Vasudeva, what happened to Kamsa is his own nephew had to kill him at the end. So you make one plan, Krishna's plan is something different going on there, which is all sometimes misfires everything, all your plans goes into. So anyway, and then similarly Kamsa also now, you can see, compare Kamsa with the politicians, but it's not much different. Kamsa also, what he did after marriage, he says, I want to drive the chariot of Devaki and Vasudeva back to the palace, to show that I was such a nice brother-in-law I am to Vasudeva. Wanted to impress all these duplicity in dealings, like the politicians have, isn't it? That duplicitous mind, always trying to be diplomatic and duplicitous in dealings. This is that Kamsa's nature. So Kamsa decided also, in a very nice way, he smiles at everyone, and the whole world will see, oh, what a nice person Kamsa is. He personally is driving the chariot. People are also like that. They will say like that about Kamsa then, isn't it? So he like that, he says, both Vasudeva and Devaki sat in the chariot. Kamsa started driving the chariot. And he says, I'll drive myself. And he was going in that. So he drove the chariot. And suddenly the chariot stopped from the sky. The voice came. The voice appeared from the sky, which means Krishna has started his pastime. In other words, all your diplomacy, politics, everything comes to a dead stop at that moment. Because For Krishna, he is seeing these politicians' diplomacy, he is smiling there, standing there, seeing our false ego, seeing our diplomacy, our duplicitousness, all these things. Krishna is seeing that. He is inside them also. Inside these politicians and these people also, Krishna is present. And Krishna is seeing that also, and he is smiling, all these things, seeing all these things. For him it's a fun, all these things is a fun. Because Krishna enjoys this. What does Krishna enjoy? Using our false ego and playing with it. That is Krishna's fun. This is Krishna's greatest fun. Using every one of us and using our false ego and play with it. And if you get trapped in that, you had it. There is no way you can get out of it. You will continue life after life playing that game. If you want to escape from that, get rid of the false ego from inside. That's the only way you can come out of it. There's no other way. Otherwise, that is the way Krishna's, we say this Krishna's Leela. Whole creation is Leela. Logastu Leela Kaivalya we say. The whole real creation is Krishna's Leela, we say. Why did Krishna create? And where is the Leela? Leela is this. He's seeing our false ego and how with that false ego we are acting in this world. And that's what he's enjoying. That is his fun from us. See what he gets from here. So that is why you will see that verse here. Then that Padi Pragrahinam Kamsam, that is in the 34th verse. We won't have time to read all the verses because it's time. Padi Pragrahinam Kamsamabhashyaha Sharirava Asya Swanashtamo Garbam Handayam Vakase Buddha. Verse 34. Padi Pragrahinam Kamsam Mabhashyaha Sharirava Asya Swanashtamo Garbho Handayam Vakase Buddha. And then Asya Swam Ashtamo Garbho. So the voice from the sky said that this Devaki whom you are carrying in the chariot now, in your chariot, Ashtamo Garbha, in the 8th pregnancy, whoever is born here, that person will kill you. That was the statement. Asyasvam Ashtamo Garbho, Handayam Hase Abhuda. So when he heard that, you can see Ittitva Sakhalapavo Bojanam Kulapamsana Benim Handula Rabtham Gadkhabani Kuje Grahi. Ittitva Sakhalam that Ittitva Sakhalapavo Bojanam Kulapamsana. Kamsa, who was born in the Boja race, that is where Kamsa was born. Kulapamsana, that who has come to destroy everyone. Really a wicked person. That Kamsa, who has come. Beginim Handula Radha, that Begini, his sister, Devaki Devi, who was present there, that he jumped into the chariot from there and forgotten that it was his sister. Held her hair very tight. And then pulled the sword. And he wanted to kill her. Devaki was a very young girl. She was not very old. She was very young at that time. And tried to do this most wicked thing without any shame. That is what Bhagavatam is saying there. Nirapatrapam. You will see the word. Nirapatrapam means shame. Nirapatrapam means one who has no shame. One who has no Beginim Handularanyam Arabha Gadkhavani Kuje Agrahim. Then when he pulled his hair like that, so many people were looking at this. They were seeing all what was happening. And Vasudeva immediately got up and held Kamsa's hand and paid in a very respectful way. He spoke to Kamsa. Vasudeva knew at that time he doesn't have the strength to fight Kamsa at that moment. So what did Vasudeva do? Vasudeva, with folded hands, told Kamsa, who are you? Remember that, don't forget who you are, he said. As soon as Vasudeva said that, Kamsa woke up. Kamsa started realizing I'm somebody very important. People have got a lot of false ego. If you tell them like that, tell them, oh, you're such a great personality, how could you do this? And say that their false ego will straight away wake up. And immediately, so that's why in the 37th verse you will see, Vasudeva Uvacham Shraghaniya Gunashurya Bhavan Bhoja Yashaskaraha Sakatham Bhagini Hanyal Striyam Udvaha Bhavani. Then, your Shraghaniya Gunam, apparently, Shure Bhavan Bhoja Yashaskara. In the Bhoja race, they all are glorifying your greatness, how great you are. Vasudeva is saying to Kamsa, what a great personality you are. Sakatham Bhaginim Hanyal Striyam Udvaha Bhavani. Then, how could you kill your own sister at this time when she is getting married? When she is getting married. This is such a shocking thing, Vasudeva says to Bhoja Yashaskara. So, Vasudeva says to Kamsa at that time. So, such people who have a lot of pride in about their fame and all that, so if you glorify them at that time, they will think, oh, it is real. It's real. Everybody thinks of me as somebody very, very important, and my glory is, everyone is glorifying me. He thinks like that. So, because those who got a lot of false ego inside, and when the false ego is very strong inside, if somebody says anything glorifying them, they will start thinking it is all true. This is the power of false ego. It's an amazing thing actually, if you observe that. People have a lot of false ego. If you go and glorify them something, they will start thinking it's all true. They will start thinking, oh, it's all there in me. That's why they are saying like that. They will think like that. So that's what has happened here also. Because that is due to the strengthening of the false ego inside. So, and some of these people, particularly some of these kings, they keep people to praise them, pay people to glorify them. Only one person who refused that was Prithu. Prithu said in the Prithu Maharaj story you will see in the Bhagavatam. They started glorifying Prithu. The whole country was going through in a very bad times, no food to eat, all the population was starving, and they were praising the king. King says, stop this nonsense, he said. Prithu said, what are you glorifying me for? He said. So like this you can see, Prithu says in the 4th canto, if you read you will see, that such people, the false pride inside, and they are very stupid also, such people, they will engage others to glorify them. And if you keep on glorifying them, their false ego will become more and more powerful, more and more strong. It will become stronger. It will become stronger. So, to get this escape from this situation, there was no other way to glorify Kamsa first. And that's what he did. So particularly, he says to him, although you have such a great qualities in you, and you are now killing your sister at this time of the marriage, as though you are not aware of your own qualities. How could you do that? He said. And will anyone be frightened of death? This is how Vasudeva started his negotiation with Kamsa. Will anyone be frightened about death in this world? Now you will see here in that verse 38. Mrityu janmavadam mira dehena sahajayate adyavabda shadam deva natyarvai paninam dhruvam. Everyone who is born in this world, death is guaranteed. Thing is death. It is also born. Same time as birth, death is also born. And if today or tomorrow in 100 years it may happen. Definitely it is going to happen. He says to him that so this death is such a thing. Actually, when we are born, the death is also born same time. Isn't it? Same time death is also born. That is why he mentions like that. Ramchandra says this in the Yoga Vasishtam in a very nice way. Ramchandra says to Bharata, when I was born, Mrityu, death was also born at the same time. When I am walking, death is walking along with me. When I am sitting somewhere, death is sitting with me. When I start walking back, death is walking back with me. And at the Sahaiva Mrityu, Sahamrityu Nishidhani, Sahamrityu Nivarthane, Mrityu always stays with you, all the time. You're only just waiting for the time to swallow you. That's all. It's always there, waiting with us, isn't it? So, that Mrityu was born at the same time when this body was born. When this body was born, death was also born. So whether today or at the end of the 100 years, death will happen and it is impossible to avoid death. So whether after 100 years or not, it doesn't matter, you have to die. Astashada Deva, that impossible to stay away from death. Yama said this to Nachiketas in Kathopanishad. If you think you will see there, that Yama says to Nachiketas, I will give you thousands of years life, if you want, not 100 years. 1,000 years life, I can give you. Nachiketas says, I don't want it, he said. He says, I don't want it. Adhidirgamaya Jivitam. If I get a long life, what does it matter at the end? So you have to think this a little bit deeper, because suppose somebody tells you, say you got a lifespan of 70 years, 80 years, whatever it may be. Somebody tells you, we'll give you a 1,000-year lifespan. Should we accept it or not? Somebody will say, yes, you should take it. But the problems, have you thought about that? What will happen if you live 1,000 years in this world? You see, with every few hundred years, the next generation comes, isn't it? The next generation won't be like you. They will behave in their own way. They'll make your life hell. So, before they make your life hell, you should go from here. That is the wise thing to do. But if you think I'll stay here 1,000 years, imagine you can't even handle the first generation. What will happen the second or third generation when it comes? Now they give you trouble with the mobile phones and other things, computers and everything. We don't know anything about it. So they will play all that and you are completely in trouble. But the next generation, when the 4G and 5G and all starts coming after this, you'll be in serious trouble. Now there are many electronic gadgets which we don't know how to operate, how to use it. Already you feel out of date and feel like better to leave this place now. Time has come to go. Time has come to leave this place. You feel like that because you're not fitting in here. What to do? So similarly, with every passing generation, you are living here 1,000 years. After 3-4 generations, they will tell you why you don't leave this place. They ask you openly, why don't you go? What are you doing here? Everybody else is gone. What's wrong with you? They start asking, it's an embarrassing situation, isn't it? Don't you think so? So it can happen. So this generation gap, as they say, is a real thing. It is there. And after 1,000 years, by then you will definitely feel, I had enough, I want to go. You can see that even now happening. Many people after by them, they get about 85, 90 and all that. They start feeling, we had enough here. Just want to go from here. And Yama has given me a long lifespan. What's the use? This was Nachiketa's point. Who wants to live here, he said. So what is the point in living here? If you are living in a world, you have to live in the full satisfaction and happiness and in the full realization of the soul. Otherwise, what is the point? Death is a relief at that stage. Death is a relief at that stage in one sense. So, at some stage, one will desire, he wants to die. He wants to die. So, therefore, there is no need to be frightened about death. This is the point. No need to be frightened about death. One day, we ourselves will feel from within that it's better I go. I don't want to stay here anymore. That thoughts will come from inside us. So, when that happens, we will ourselves desire for the death to come. It can happen like that. And that's why death was born with us and it has born with this body, and that is why Mrityu it is called. Mrityu is things like that. Shariram, material body is dead matter, isn't it? 5 material elements, that is this material body. Inside that there is this subtle body, Sushma Shariram. Subtle body is inside. And that subtle body, you can see Vasudeva is going to talk about that subtle body and bringing Upanishads back again here. Sukadeva Goswami wants to use that the next verse. 41. Verse 41. Swapne yadha pashyati dehamidrisham manorathena Drishtashurabhyam manasanuchindayin Prabhadevidam kimabhyapaspratim Swapne yadha pashyati dehamidrisham Manorathena bhinivishta Drishtashurabhyam manasanuchindayin Prabhadevidam kimabhyapaspratim. While reading Srimad Bhagavatam, like we started talking in the beginning itself, that we have to think first, or we have to within ourselves know very well that we can live in this world, just like the boat is in the water. Boat can stay in the water, water should not get into the boat. Similarly, we can live in this world, but world should not get inside. Our connection with this world is so temporary. Temporary in the sense, we have got this gross body, so therefore some connection with this world. Once this gross body goes, the connection also finishes there. So, these, knowing very well, this Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti, three states, what we have, and through which has been created by the three modes of material nature, which is present in the mind, intelligence and the gross body, which has nothing to do with the soul, that is more important than anything else. And it is only a temporary experience here while being identified with the body and the mind. That is what we are going through at the moment. Although soul is present inside, who is not experiencing any of these things. Which one? Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti doesn't exist in the soul. Sattvam, Rajasa, Tamasa, three modes of material nature doesn't exist in the soul. Time and space doesn't exist in the soul. Where does it all exist? It exists in our own body and the mind. Nowhere else. Nowhere else it exists, isn't it? So, knowing this, the Upanishads talks about this, try to understand this. They say that in that Sushupti state, what you have experienced, while in deep sleep, that is the only reality in this whole thing. What you experience in the awakened state is not reality, nor in the dream state is reality. What you experience in that deep sleep, that when you come out, without the help of the mind and the body and the intelligence, when you woke up, when you are saying, I had a great time, isn't it? We all say that. When we come out of the deep sleep, that great time, that happiness or bliss, what you experienced in that Sushupti, that is the only reality. In order to get that reality, we come to spiritual life, to get that bliss or happiness back. So Vasudeva here, you can see Vasudeva where he is coming from. He is saying here that even though he wanted to explain this to Kamsa, Vasudeva is trying to explain this to Kamsa. So even when you in Swapnam or in the dream state, he says here that gross material body inside that subtle body. And when one sleeps, in the night time, in the dark room, when you are sleeping there, or sometimes even the lights are on, but if you are sleeping, you have a dream. You have a dream. And in that dream, what has happened? You have become an individual, isn't it? You have become an individual. And you are imagining so many things at that time. You have gone to see a festival somewhere. And like a festival, the whole thing appears in front of you at that time. And you are speaking to some people in that festival, seeing so many people. And all that time, you have an individuality, a personality there, isn't it? You have a personality there. And also, in that festival, there were, say for example, elephants, horses, so many other animals were there. So one of the elephants lost control, it's running, and you got frightened because of that, and you ran because elephant is chasing you to hit you, or something like that is happening, and suddenly you fell into a big pit when chased by elephant. You fell into that big pit. It is suddenly that you fell down from your bed to the floor with all this dream, what you are experiencing, and you woke up from that dream at that time. Suddenly you woke up from the dream at that time. So what you can see here is that your personality in that dream state is moving, isn't it? It's moving very powerfully. How? Have you noticed that? The identity, what we are identifying with our individuality, person, in that dream state, it's going through a lot of activity. It is moving in that dream state. You are not even conscious of that, isn't it? All that what's happening in the dream, we have no control over it. And the dream world is a very powerful world. So many things are happening at that time. So even though the body is lying very in a dead state on the bed, the body is lying on the bed, the false ego inside, which is Jiva, it has taken a form. It has taken a form. And that form has, Ahankara false ego, has created the festival, has created the elephant, the horses, everything in that festival. And the false ego itself has expanded in all that form. Where else did they come from? It is coming from that false ego. The Jiva itself expands in all these different forms, and so many different personalities appeared in that dream from this false ego. And what else has it done? And so many activities happened there. That you ran, the elephant chased you, or festival was going on. All these things you are observing in your dream. Just expand your dream and think about it, you will see. I don't know, these dreams happens to many people. Some people may be sleeping without dreams, they are very fortunate. But majority, a lot of people go through long dreams, isn't it? Some people, they don't want to sleep at night, saying that if they sleep, they will get bad dreams. Some people don't want to sleep at night because they are frightened about dreams coming. So anyway, it mentions here that it develops in that way and experience that in the dream state. Similarly, even when this body goes away, this subtle body which has created this dream in the night and did all these activities, it is capable of creating another body and engaging in that as well. Just like it does in the dream state. Just like it does it in the dream state, in the similar way, it will create another body and it will enter into that. That is that verse is saying. That is that verse is saying. So, like in the dream state, how the soul, Jiva, in false ego, goes away and creates a dream world and enjoys or suffers in that dream by expanding himself into different personalities or different living entities and different land, place, time, everything it can create from that false ego. From false ego can come all these things. False ego is so powerful, Jiva, in other words. It creates that and enjoys all that. Enjoys all that. And that capacity is there in the subtle body. It can do that in the subtle body and the Jiva together. Jiva can do that with the subtle body together. So just like Jiva can do that, when this gross body becomes useless, this gross body drops away, Jiva will carry this subtle body and goes create another gross body and engage in that. This is what Vasudeva is saying this to Kamsa. He says to him that Swapne yatha pashyati dehamidrisham manorathe bhatrathena abhinivishta chetana drishtashrudabhyam manasana chintayan prabadyade tatkimavikya pasmrati. That at that time, when he is in the gross, the dream body, he is not conscious of its gross body. Is it not? He doesn't remember the gross body. He only remembers the dream body. Similarly, when he leaves this subtle body, when he carries the gross body, when the gross body has lost its activity, in the same way, it will take another gross body, enter into it, and it will forget about its previous gross body. It will forget about its previous gross body, it says. So we will stop here now. It's 9:30. We'll start at 9:30 again. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, Vasudeva talking to Kamsa. What is he saying? He's saying to Kamsa, Deham Panchattvamadani Dehi Karmanigo Vashaha. In verse 39, he says, Dehe Panchattvamadani Dehi Karmanigo Vashaha. Dehanandranayupravyam praktanam tyajadevavu. Prajam stishtan padegena yadhaivegena gacchati yadha trunajalo devam dehi karmagadim gadaha. Swapne yadha pashyati dehami drisham manoradhena bhishtate chetanaha. Drashtashurabhyam manasanam chindayam prabhatyate tatkimapi apasmrati. So those three verses Vasudeva is saying in those three verses, Vasudeva is saying to Kamsa the transmigration of the soul. Transmigration of the soul. That just like he says here, just like a yatha tranajalo, this particular worm which is on the grass, you can notice them, they will move from one grass to another grass. Once it gets its grip on the next grass, it will leave the old grass, it will move to the new one. Like that it moves from one place to another. Similarly, yatha brajam stishtan palayegena yadaivegena gacchati yatha tranajalo devam dehi karmagadim gadaha. Just like karmagadi, based on its karma, whatever karma is inside, that karma is in the subtle form, in the form of vasana, isn't it? Karma vasana is inside. So based on the karma vasana, the living entity will move from one body to another. When it leaves this body, before it leaves this body, it creates the next body. That is how it is. It's not the body is decided later. Body is already, karma vasana inside a person has decided the next body. So when the next body is decided, then preparation starts here to leave this body. Preparation starts here to leave this body. This transmigration of change of body is an important topic in the Vedic literature. In the Upanishads, in the Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, everywhere you will see Krishna is also talking about it. It's such an important topic. In one instance, Krishna is saying later that Uddhava, it is not such a big thing, this death. He makes it so simple, the way Krishna puts it. We are all the time thinking about it. Krishna says it is such a simple thing to understand, he says. Later on you will see in the, I think it is in the 28th chapter somewhere, he says in the 11th canto that
Then Mrityu Atyanta Vismriti. Death, what we call as Mrityu, is nothing but forgetfulness, he says. Forgetfulness of what? Forgetfulness of this body. If you forget this body, that is death. That's what Krishna calls it. Mrityu Atyanta Vismriti. At the moment you are remembering this body. That's all. One day you will forget this body and that's death. That's how Krishna calls it. Mrityu Atyanta Vismriti. Then today we remember this body now, isn't it? We go to sleep. In the dream you don't remember the body. You have forgotten the body. And particularly in the deep sleep you don't remember it at all. Then why you have not forgotten the old body? That is why you are coming back to this body again in the morning. When you wake up, you are coming back to this body again. Why? Because that vasana in connection with this body is not finished. In the subtle body it is still there. That's why when you wake up, you are able to come back to this body. It pulls you back, that vasana. See, that vasana is the whole control agent there, controller inside. Centered around that, this body is growing, the body is dying, the body is changing, everything centered around. That is where the control room, that subtle body inside where the vasanas are there. So vasanas will decide that when every night when we go to sleep, if the vasanas are very powerful in relationship with this body, when the business of the vasanas with this body is not finished, you will wake up in the morning. That's definite. And at one point it comes that the vasanas inside cannot be exhausted through this body anymore, which means that the connection between vasana and this body is over. Connection between vasana and this body is over. Same time, the vasana decides that now let me have another body to enjoy or suffer, whatever, based on the vasana inside. It is at that time that you will forget this body. It is only due to the power of the vasana you are remembering this body in sleep, in deep sleep, and you are coming back again into it. It's a very, and that is why Krishna is saying there, Mrityu Atyanta Vismriti. Every night you are forgetting this body. But what is the speciality with the death? Atyanta Vismriti. Once for all you will forget this body. So based on the vasana, you remember this body. And when the vasana's relationship with the body, vasana means impressions inside. Karma, which has developed from karma. Karma created the vasanas inside, isn't it? So karma vasana, when it is completely finished in relationship with this body, the connection between the vasanas and the body is broken. So when you wake up one morning, you find that the connection is broken, and therefore you don't want to come back here to this body again. This is the death. This is what Krishna is simplifying it. So simply says, Mrityu Atyanta Vismriti. Mrityu, Uddhava, Mrityu is not a big thing, he says. Atyanta Vismriti. That every night you are forgetting, but with the death what's happening is you are forgetting it forever. That's all it is. You see? We must read Bhagavatam, because when you read Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, and you start saying everything from Krishna's position, and Krishna is explaining to us, you can see how much we are suffering in this world because of lack of that knowledge. Krishna's advice to us that not to take this death as a big thing. On the other hand, Krishna also says to us, one should always think about death. Isn't it? In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that, Janmam Mrityu Jara Vyadhi Dukha Dosha Anudarshanam. So, how should we understand this? In one place, Krishna is saying, birth, death, old age and disease a person should always be conscious of. He should see these miseries of material life all the time. Dukha Dosha Anudarshanam, he says, on one side. On the other side, Krishna is saying, Mrityu Atyanta Vismriti. Mrityu is not a big thing. It's only Atyanta Vismriti. You are forgetting about this body once for all. What Krishna is saying there is that for spiritual advancement, to come out of the grip of Maya, identification with the body, we have to think what Krishna says in the beginning. That is, Janma Mrityu Jara Dukha Dosha Darshanam. Dukha Dosha Darshanam. Darshana means to see the miseries of material existence in the form of birth, death, old age and disease. We should see that. But when it talks about the reality, what's happening, Mrityu Atyanta Vismriti, there is no need to really get concerned about it to such an extent, because ultimately Krishna says, if you are on the spiritual platform, Mrityu has no value. If you are on the spiritual platform, while talking to Uddhava, Uddhava is on the spiritual platform, Krishna is saying this to him. Mrityu Atyanta Vismriti, it's only a forgetfulness of this body today what we have got. Just you forget it once for all. You're forgetting it every night anyway. Every morning you wake up and then you are back to this again. But we don't think like that, isn't it? When we wake up in the morning, we don't think, oh, I'm coming back to my body again. Do we think like that? No. As soon as we wake up, false ego wakes up first before us. And false ego wakes up, mind wakes up straight away. And immediately identification has continued, and then all activities have begun straight away from there. And it goes on whole day unchecked, uninterrupted for the whole day, and in the night we go to bed and dream again and go to deep sleep again. So all those things, Krishna has, Vasudeva was trying to explain that to him, and he says to him that Prarthanam Tyajadeva Bahu, he says. Isn't it? He says this. Prarthanam Tyajadeva Bahu. And this happens to everyone. Krishna says there. It happens to everyone. It happens to everyone. And therefore nobody can avoid it. He says. Nobody can avoid it. So, knowing this very well and recognizing this presence of the soul in everyone, presence of soul, everyone, and realizing that this is only a short period of time, this body. Krishna doesn't think this life in this material body is a long period. It's only 50, 60 years or 70 years, something like that. So, knowing very well that, don't give trouble to anyone and don't create any enmity towards anybody and don't give pain to anyone or deal anyone in a cruel way or give any misery to anybody else. And if you do like that, Krishna says that you will escape from this death once for all. If you do it, live in that way. And actually, why we say like that is, when we deal with somebody in a cruel way, or in a painful way, or harsh way, actually we are giving pain to ourselves. Why? Krishna is present in other living entity also. The same soul is, the same substance is present as the soul in everyone. Soul is one, it is present in everyone as Atma, Atma Vastu, isn't it? So that is why he is saying there, 44th verse, if you look you will see, Tasmam nakasya jidroham ajaye satatha vidaha alpana kshemam vichan drogdo vai parado bhayam. Tasmam nakasya jidroham ajaye satatha vidaha alpana kshemam vichan drogdo vai parado bhayam. That here, he says here, therefore, do not give any pain to anybody. Drogduvai paradho bhayam. Never give any fear. Or what Kamsa was doing to Devaki was, he was trying to frighten her, isn't it? This Devaki is something like your daughter. By age she is so young. Something like your daughter. So, Esha Tavanuja, 45 verse. Esha Tavanuja Bala Kripana Putri Gopama Handam Markasi Kalyani Imam Tvam Dinaval Salam. Esha Tavanuja Bala Kripana Putri Gopama Handam Markasi Kalyani Imam Tvam Dinaval Salam. Now, you will see here that Kamsa, Vasudeva is calling Kamsa as Dinaval Salam. Did you notice that? The word Dinaval Salam? What does Dinavalsala means? Dinavalsala means one who is very compassionate to others. Dinavalsala, to other helpless people. And Kamsa is not really a person who shows any mercy to anybody. It's not that kind of person. But then why did Vasudeva call him as Dinavalsala? That is an interesting question, isn't it? Vasudeva knows Kamsa is not like that. Vasudeva knows Kamsa's nature very well. To call someone who is somebody who is a very, what he is not, if you address him like that, what he is not, that person will think, why is he calling me like this? I'm not that, what he is calling me. So here, Vasudeva used this word, Dinavalsala, to about Kamsa. It says there, isn't it? 45th verse, if you look. Esha tava nija bala kripana putriko bhavam hannanar hasi kalyani imam tvam Dinavalsala. His Dinavalsala, he addresses this there. Because Vasudeva was a spiritually quite an advanced person in the sense that at this point Vasudeva understood, after saying all this philosophy and glorifying Kamsa and all, it was not working. Nothing was working with Kamsa. That tamogunam inside, so deep inside, Kamsa has decided to continue with his decision to kill Devaki. So at that point, Vasudeva thought nothing is going to work in this way. In everybody, including Kamsa, there is soul, Super Krishna is present. That we must never forget that. Krishna is present in Kamsa also, isn't it? Krishna is present in Kamsa also. Krishna is that is the divine nature of the soul. When we say Krishna, it means the soul inside, Antaryami, isn't it? It's everywhere. Everyone, Krishna is present there. Otherwise, this Bhagavatam is no meaning. If it is just a history, what has happened 5,000 years ago. We have to remember today what is happening to each and every one of us in our life in this world. How Srimad Bhagavatam can change and influence our way of thinking. That's more important. So that's why he said here, somehow or the other, Krishna is present in Kamsa also. If you can wake up Krishna inside of Kamsa, then Kamsa can change. Then Kamsa can change. Kamsa will change. Kamsa will change. And that capacity, sometimes people have that. How to wake up that divinity in a person. See, nobody is totally bad and nobody is totally good. Both good and bad is there in everyone, isn't it? So the positive side is this divinity, Kamsa, Krishna is present inside as the soul. So, therefore, it mentions here that in order to see that, in Kamsa also that divinity is present there. It is very difficult to see Krishna in everyone. It is very difficult to see Krishna in everyone. Therefore, different incarnations first. We start Krishna in different incarnations. That is the purpose of all so many incarnations of Krishna. First you start seeing in different incarnations. First in Ramchandra, then in Vamanamurti, Narasimhamurti, like that in different incarnations. After some time, if you keep on seeing Krishna in Ramachandra and you will become pure, you will start see Krishna in Ravana also. You will start seeing Krishna in Ravana also. Because that's the only way to free this Ragadvesham from inside. Otherwise it won't go. So long as we have that, first we have to see Krishna. Krishna means the soul in Rama, Lord Ramachandra. And then if we start experiencing that of presence of the soul in Ramachandra, then you will start experiencing that later on in Ravana also. In Ravana also. Because is there something else that sits inside Ravana? It's also Rama only who sits inside Ravana. It's not different, isn't it? That Ravana is also come from Rama. Rama means we call all these names Rama, Krishna, Shiva and all that, all referring to the one thing, soul inside. The soul inside. Different people address the soul in different names. Krishna, Shiva, Rama, like that. He addresses all. Substance is one. That we should never forget that. That substance is the same substance as in Ravana also. Same substance is in Ravana also. So we have to come ourselves, elevate ourselves to that state where we can see Rama in Ravana also, or Krishna in Ravana also, or the soul in Ravana also. That is our goal. That's our goal. Not that whole life we keep burning Ravana's effigy and thinking I've done my duty. That's not the goal. That is another side of it. Burning Ravana's effigy and now become I please Krishna in that way. We can never please Krishna like that. Ravana is dearer to Krishna than us. We must forget that. Unless Ravana went back to Krishna, where are we? We are sitting here and burning Ravana, thinking that I please Krishna. Actually no, it's not like that. The idea is that to see Krishna in Ravana as well as in Kamsa, as well as in Rama, as well as in Krishna. In other words, the same soul is present in Krishna, present in Rama, present in Ravana, present in everywhere. Only soul is present. So to come to that stage, if you can rise up to that state, that you can wake up that divinity in that person. Sometimes you can observe this in this world. You will be surprised. Some demons will unusual way perform some pious thing in this world. Have you noticed that? Sometimes they will be very demoniac, but suddenly they will overnight something they will do and shock everyone by their pious nature. Similarly, sometimes some pious people will perform such demoniac things. This also happens in this world. It has happened so many times. People thinking that everyone is very fixed in one position, isn't it? Sometimes some devotees have done such demoniac things. And we start wondering, how did this happen? How could he do that? He was such a great devotee, he was this, he was that, he was sannyasi, he was guru, he was this, he was that. And gone and done such abominable things. And we are wondering, how could he do that? He was a devotee, he was chanting, I don't know how many rounds he was chanting, but and he was a close associate of the Guru Maharaj and all kinds of things. And then he has gone and done such things. Everybody is in a shock. How could he do that? And similarly, sometimes some demonic people also do some things, amazing things, and shocks everyone. And he gets shocked. Oh, it came from him, he has done this. And also happens in life. It all happens in life. So keeping all these things in mind, so that means in everyone this divine and demoniac nature coexist. In everybody. So if you allow the demoniac nature to grow, it will manifest. If you allow the divine nature to grow, that will come in a person. So one who knows how to wake up that divine nature in a person, Vasudeva know that. How to, because he knows in Kamsa there is a divine nature in him also. Not only the demonic nature. They are nature. Modes of nature they are, isn't it? Kamsa on his own. Kamsa was Kalanemi before, in his previous life, right? So that battle when happened after the chaining the milk ocean, when the battle happened, all the demigods were there, all the demons were there in that battle. And basically that battle was performed, it was there decided who should all be invited for associate with Krishna when he came here, when he came to this world. Basically Krishna was selecting, these people should come for the pastimes in the earth. That is when he was selected. Kamsa was selected like that, from there. And many others also. And in a similar way, Kamsa was selected, the selection was done at that time, when the milk ocean was chained. At that time the selection was already made. And then in course of time Kamsa appeared and all these activities happened. So whatever it may be, that if you can come to rise to that level, recognizing that the divine nature and demonic nature in everyone, what will happen is that a person, when you start seeing the other person, you may think he is your enemy, but if you are seeing that divinity in that person, he is not your enemy anymore. By your very vision itself, that vision is called Amrita Drishti. Amrita Drishti means it's like a nectar. All that jnanis or realized souls, they have that capacity to wake up that divinity in a person, to wake up that divinity in somebody else. So why they are not seeing Kamsa as a demon? They are not seeing Kamsa as a demon. He is seeing Kamsa as Paramatma is inside him as well. Krishna is another manifestation. Just like I mentioned between Prahlada and Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu is thinking of Prahlada in a different one way. Oh, he is a great disaster. He has created so much bad name for us, this, that, and the other. He is a friend of my enemy Vishnu, he says. He has come to kill me. He is taking side with Vishnu. All these kinds of thinking is in Hiranyakashipu's mind. Prahlada is not thinking like that about Hiranyakashipu. Prahlada is only saying to Hiranyakashipu that just take Vishnu shelter, only Vishnu exists, Vishnu is present everywhere, your strength is also coming from Vishnu, my strength is also coming from Vishnu, there is only one strength and that is Vishnu. So many, if you look at Prahlada's words, you can see that whatever Prahlada is thinking about Hiranyakashipu is different. It's not the same way like Hiranyakashipu is thinking about Prahlada, isn't it? Why? Because Prahlada's vision is different. He is in a realized state, he is seeing all these things. So that is why he said there that somehow or the other, if we rise ourselves to that state, so that experience of the presence of the soul in that person, they will also naturally wake up to that state. They will also wake up to that state. So, in order to wake up Kamsa to that state, Vasudeva addressed him as Dinavalsala. Vasudeva addressed him as Dinavalsala. This is not only once it has happened. This has happened throughout history. Throughout history. Every great personality, if you look in spiritual life, you will see by this realized state, they are addressing people. People whom you never thought will do anything, they will do things for you. They will do the things for you. So many examples. Throughout the history you will see this. Different times. Many great personalities. Because they are not seeing anyone as their enemy. They don't have any enmity towards anyone. I gave you, if you remember that example of Peace Pilgrim, which we mentioned before. If you read that story, you will see one or two examples like that, what happened to that lady, Peace Pilgrim, what she went through. Now, she has not studied Vedanta, she has not studied Shastra, but on her own, through her own spiritual cultivation of knowledge, on her own reflection, very sound reflection, she has come to understand certain things in this life. There is no enemy in this world for me, she has concluded already. That is a very big conclusion, isn't it? To conclude that I have no enemies in this world. While traveling, she made certain statements. She says, I will fast till I get food. One decision. If somebody gives me food, till then I will fast. I will walk till I get shelter. This is how she was living in this world. This Peace Pilgrim, she says like that. I will walk till I get shelter. I will fast till I get the food. Imagine a decision like that, and she is going on in this world, totally unattached to this world. That is realization. Now, you may wonder how this happens in people. That is the power of reflection. That she hasn't, vasanas from previous life has followed her. And as soon as she has come to this world, and she started thinking about it, that power of vasanas inside has started working. And in one instance, when she had nowhere, she was walking and she couldn't find a place to stay overnight, a taxi driver or somebody like that allowed her to sleep in the car. Actually, he had evil motives behind it. Intentions were not good. He allowed her to stay in the taxi and to sleep there. She thanked him, and remembering the way Krishna's grace, whichever way she thought about in her mind, she thanked Krishna in that way and went to sleep in the car. Slept very comfortably all night. When she woke up in the morning, the person who owned the taxi, she came and paid his obeisances to her. He says to her, that what is that made me to think in a different way last night? I had completely wrong intentions in my mind. That when she got into the taxi, her intentions were not very good. But something changed in him in the night, and he himself could not understand what changed his way of thinking. You see, that motive has completely gone away. Not only that, he started feeling a reverence towards her in the morning. Imagine such a thing to happen. And she records that he spoke to her afterwards, paying full dindavards to her. He says to her like this, that so you can see that she had no influence from anywhere, neither from Christian background or from Jewish background or from any background. She didn't have any background in that sense. She was not so serious about anything. What I'm saying is, this divine nature is in everyone. But she has learned the art of waking up that divinity in everybody. Because she decided herself, I have no enemies in this world. The whole world is the same force, is present in everyone. Very high realization that way. And she is moving like that. And she has come to that state, saying Krishna's presence in everyone. And therefore, you can see if you read her story there, very amazing stories like that, when she got into that car story. And she says to him that when I looked at you, the person who gave the taxi to sleep, he says, I saw you in you, God's presence, Krishna's presence in you, in other words. And that is how I saw you when you went to sleep. I didn't think about anything else. So, I slept in understanding that I am in Krishna's protection. Whichever way she thought about God in that sense. And because Ishvara, we address him as Ishvara. The Ishvara in you has woken up in the night. And that is why you could not do that to me. She says to him in the morning. It is not due to my power, she says. It's not due to my power. But no matter how wicked you are, if you can see that Ishvara in him, it will benefit. And that is what Vasudeva did here to Kamsa. By addressing him, Dina Valsala in that way. That is what Vasudeva did. And that changed the whole scene. And otherwise, how could Kamsa suddenly had a change in him, isn't it? Kamsa suddenly changed. And Dinavarsala, when he said, the Krishna inside Kamsa woke up. That's why I'm saying Krishna is the soul in a person. The soul in a person. That is what is waking up. Just like Peace Pilgrim woke up the soul inside that the driver of the car who allowed her to stay. So, the same way, so Kamsa, then because Krishna is inside Kamsa also, that is why Kamsa got liberation at the end. Kamsa got liberation at the end. Only difference is, Kamsa got the liberation through what is known as Sambrambha Yoga. You will see in the Bhagavatam certain statements. Sambrambha Sambrada Samadhi Yoga. It calls like that. Sambrambha Sambrada Samadhi Yoga. It is a special style of yoga. It's not Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga like that. Sambrambha Sambrada Samadhi Yoga, which means that Krishna decided, not that because Krishna was outside anything, Krishna decided that Kamsa should remember me every day for some time. Only for about 12 years. Let him remember me every day and night. Let him remember me and he can come back to me. What does it matter to Krishna? Kamsa is nothing, isn't it? Kamsa is nothing. So he decided that, Dina Valsala, when he addressed, that he knew that Krishna is present in Kamsa's heart also. So one or somehow or the other, Vasudeva was waking him up and asking him to remember that Krishna is present inside. So make that Krishna, Ishvara inside Kamsa, to enter into Kamsa's intelligence and change his way of thinking. Change his way of thinking. So Vasudeva addressed him like that. Basically, Vasudeva was addressing Krishna, who is in the heart of Kamsa. Who is in the heart of Kamsa. So, in this statement, Yadevi Sarvabhuteshu Buddhi Rupena Samsthita Namastasye Namo Nama. That it is the same force. We will refer in different names, Vishnu, Shiva, Devi. All different names are addressing that same force inside in everyone. According to our experience or according to our desire, somebody will worship as Shiva, somebody will worship as Krishna. But the soul inside, that is the most important thing. And that one, Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu, in the Devi Mahatmya it says that soul is addressed as Devi. She is a restless Devi. She is present in everyone. Buddhirupena samstita, in the form of intelligence in you. Namastasei, 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 namo nama. My obeisances, my obeisances, my obeisances to her. And you can see, if you look at your own body, different functions in the body. Sleep, for example. Hunger, another thing. Sleep, hunger. All these things are, somebody is controlling all the time, isn't it? We are not controlling that. Who is controlling the sleep? We don't have any control over the sleep, is it? We sit there and sometimes without anybody's knowledge we go to sleep. Whether it is in the Bhagavatam class or we sleep. We sleep. Who put us to sleep? Who has put us to sleep? That's why I said, Ya Devi Sarvabhudeshu Nidrarupena Samstita Namastasei, 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 Namo Nama. That I pay my obeisances when Shri Parvati or Devi has come to you in the form of sleep and took charge of you at that time. So she has come to you in that form, in the form of sleep, to put you to sleep. Therefore, my obeisances to you who has come in the form of sleep. Similarly, my obeisances to you who has come in the form of hunger. When you feel hungry, you look for food straight away, isn't it? So, Ya Devi Sarvabhudeshu Shudharupena Samstita, Shudha means hunger. Shudharupena Samstita, Namastasei, 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 Namo Nama. So, as soon as hunger comes, where did this hunger come? Where did he come from suddenly? He comes and he says, I want food now. Controls you straight away, asking for food. Where is the food? And if you don't get it, immediately your mood changes, isn't it? So, same way, all the time, so many things are happening inside us, completely out of our control. Completely out of our control is happening, isn't it? Similarly, everything, all emotions are all like that. It comes and goes, comes and goes. It's all different manifestations of her. So, in the same way here, that Kamsa's intelligence also, Vasudeva understood that if the soul can influence that intelligence, somehow things can change. Kamsa's soul, which is a part of Krishna, if it can influence Kamsa's intelligence, the situation will change. He recognized that. So, in order to escape temporarily, Vasudeva said that. Vasudeva said like that. So, otherwise, can you call Kamsa as Dinavalsala? It's the most inappropriate word to address Kamsa. Dinavalsala. A compassion to everyone. He has not shown any compassion to anyone throughout the history. So merciless and cruel he was. So, Dinanam Avivalsala, Lali Dinavalsala. So, that he was willing to kill anyone, isn't it? Kamsa has shown that quality later on. Anybody. He killed 6 of Krishna's elder brothers, isn't it? All of them he slaughtered down. And then he sent Putana to kill every baby was born in the Gokulam, isn't it? Which is so in the Bhagavatam we'll see that. So that once we can wake up, you can't wake him up forever, but temporary basis you can wake him up. And that's what he has done. So naturally Kamsa's mood changed at that point. So Vasudeva says to Devaki, Kamsa, that what's the problem with Devaki? After all, there's no problem from Devaki, he said. Devaki is not going to give you any trouble. Only the children who are born from her may give you trouble. But I'll do one thing, I'll bring all the children and deliver them to you. Valsang Samapayishi. If you look at that verse, you will see in the 54 verse. It says there, Vasudeva Vacha Nahyasyaste Bhayam Saumyam Yadvagaha Shairini Putran Samapayashyasya Yadaste Bhayamutinam. Then Saumya, he says, where peacefully says, whatever you have heard, then you don't have to be frightened about that because you don't have to be fearful about her. Only you have to worry about her children, and I will hand them over to you as and when they appear. Suppose a girls were born, then why you have to worry about them? Who knows now? Nobody is born yet. And if the girls are born, then you don't have to worry. And where is the guarantee that eighth child is going to give you trouble? But who knows that 8 children are going to be born first of all? Anything can happen. So like this, Kamsa's intelligence all got confused. So somehow or the other, these words worked with Kamsa. And Kamsa agreed at that point. Because for a moment, for a short period, inside Kamsa, some goodness happened. Some good thoughts have come from inside. And Kamsa agreed. So everyone was sitting around, looking around what was going to happen now at that time. Yadavas were there, present there. And Kamsa thought that if I let her go now, all the people around here will think very high of me for my compassionate nature, how good I am, such a nice person Kamsa is. They will say like that. He thought in that way. So, although he pulled his sword, and he thought that it is not the appropriate thing to do for a moment, and with the intention of creating a good name, he let Devi goes like that, and arranged everything and put them in the palace and told that we should have a proper security arrangements to watch what is going to happen. And after a while, a child was born. He was named as Kirtiman. That was the first child who was born. First child. So the first child who was born was Kirtiman. And Kirtiman, as soon as he was born, Vasudeva took him and took him to Kamsa, brought him in front of Kamsa. Kamsa was very impressed, seeing the word, how he honored his word. Vasudeva was honored his word. And reason why Krishna has appeared in Vasudeva was a very truthful person, always very truthful. Truthfulness means that what if he says something, he will hold his word. He will hold his word. So that is the nature of a truthful person. If he gives a word, he will honor it, honor the word. So therefore Vasudeva decided, I have gave this word to Kamsa, let me take the child. Very difficult for a father to do that, isn't it? So you will see there in the 57th verse, Kirtimandam Prathamasham Kamsaya Anagadam Dumi Arpayama Sakrachrena Sonrada Adivikvalaham Kirtimandam Prathamasham Kamsaya Anagadam Dumi. Very frightened Vasudeva was, but in order to honor his word, he took Kirtiman and went to see Kamsa. So, what happens there? So, Vasudeva, then Apayama Sakrachrena, so Ananda Adivikvalaham. So, Kim Dusaham, Sudeva Goswami says one or two things there. He says there, then, Arpayama Sakrachrena, so Ananda Adivikvalaham. Ananda Adivikvalaham. Kamsa was, Vasudeva was more frightened about not keeping his word than concerned about the child. I have given a word to Kamsa that I will bring the child. If I don't keep my word, Vasudeva thought that was the worst thing to do, and he decided to go and take the child and go to Kamsa. So I have he was more frightened about telling a lie and should not do something what he has promised. So Krishna, who has given the strength in Vasudeva to be like that, to be honest and truthful, then that Krishna alone took Vasudeva and the baby Kirtiman in front of Kamsa. At that time, Parikshit asked a question. Parikshit asked this question, how can a father do this? To take the child, which is a very heavy thing, isn't it? To expect a father to take a newborn baby and take him knowing very well that he is going to get killed and take the child there. And at that time, that Sukadeva Goswami answers that question. Parikshit's doubt, which has happened. You will see there in that verses that 58. Kim dusaham no sadhunam vidusham kim abhekshiyam kim akaryam kadalyanam dustyajam kim dadalmanam kim dusaham no sadhunam vidusham kim abhekshiyam kim akaryam kadalyanam dustyajam kim dadalmanam. Sadhu means one who is saintly nature. For them, what is difficult in this world to tolerate? They can tolerate anything. Who are sadhu? Sadhu's nature is able to tolerate any distress in this world. So that's why he's saying, sadhus are like that. Kim dusaham nusadhunam vidusham kim avekshidam. Similarly, people who have learned and who have high realizations, they will have no desires. That is the quality of a person who is advanced in knowledge. He has no desire. That's why he's saying here. This is Sukadeva Goswami's opinion. Yeah? Sukadeva Goswami is saying like this. Kim dusaham nasadhunam. What is difficult for saintly people to tolerate, and what a learned person or an advanced person, what will he desire in this world? Nothing. Kim akaryam kadaryanam. On the other hand, kim akaryam kadaryanam. Those who are demoniac, they have no problem in doing anything in this world. They will do anything. They have nothing will stop them from doing it. Kim akaryam kadaryanam. Dustyajam kim tridal manam. Similarly, one who has absolute faith in Krishna, Dustyajam kim Dustyajam kim Dradalmanam. One who has absolute faith in Krishna, for them to give up anything in this world is not difficult. This is the opinion of Sukadeva Goswami. He is saying to Parikshit like this. If you have absolute faith in Krishna, you don't get disturbed over anything in this world, whatever happens in this world. Why? That faith in Krishna's protection. Dustyajam kim Dradalmanam, kim dusaham sadhunam, vidusham kim avekshidam, kim akaryam kadaryanam, dustyajam kim Dradalmanam. Saying this here, what happened was that Kamsa agreed for everything, and Parikshit asked this question, and Parikshit has asked this question. At that time Sukadeva Goswami replied like that, and he says the quality of a great soul is always that he can tolerate anything in any situation. So that is why he is saying here that people will tolerate things without showing it externally. That is a symptom of sadhu. Sadhu means like that. Sadhu can tolerate all kinds of distress in this world. There is nothing sadhu. Sadhu means saintly people, they cannot tolerate. People who have knowledge, what is their symptom? They have no desires in this world. That is a symptom of knowledge. Krishna also says that, isn't it? Nirabheksham munim shandam narvainam samadarshinam anuprajamyaham nityam huyetyangrirenuhi. Nirabheksham. Freedom from desires is knowledge. Krishna's definition is like that. One who has given up desires in this world, he has knowledge. He has knowledge. One who doesn't desire anything, they are sadhu. So Krishna says, I follow them. And similarly Krishna says, demonic people, they can do anything. That is what he says here, isn't it? He says here that Kim Akaryam Kadaryanam. Kim Akaryam Kadaryanam. They can do anything. Dustyajam Kim Dradalmanam. Dustyajam Kim Dradalmanam. Those who have that Dustyajam Kim Dradalmanam. Those who have firm faith in Krishna, they can give up any connection in this world. Those who have faith in Krishna, they can give up any connection in this world. So, saying all that, Vasudeva brought the child in front of Kamsa, left the child in front of Kamsa and stood there in a very peaceful mode. When Kamsa saw that, he was in a shock, seeing this mood of Vasudeva, that he was so peaceful even after bringing the child there. And he says here that, so Vasudeva, Dinavatsala, when he called Kamsa and woken up that divinity in Kamsa, Kamsa had some good qualities at that time he came about, isn't it? But it stood only for a short period of time, So when he saw Vasudeva this time, when this thing wakes up inside, there's a kind of balancing happens inside. That means when the divine nature wakes up in a person, a certain peace also comes from that. That's it. Peace comes inside. Otherwise, when the demonic nature is active, what happens? You are completely under the clutches of Rajogunam, isn't it? So that time you don't know what you are doing. You are just doing madly things without thinking anything. But that you can see in this world sometimes. People are doing without any thinking what they are doing. Just doing. So that madness is Rajogunam. But when this divine nature in a divinity in a person wakes up, just like when Vasudeva comes as Dinavatsala and he woke up, a kind of peace Kamsa experienced first time, which he never experienced before. Kamsa never had any peace inside. So when that woke up, he says here that that this Vasudeva, he started thinking that every time I see Vasudeva, I'm feeling some peace inside. And it was a shock to Kamsa. So something unusual is happening within himself. Quite a different experience. Normally, when Kamsa sees someone, either he is seeing him, when should I take his head off? This is how Kamsa is seeing everybody. So cruel he was. And so wicked in his thinking and dealings with the world. Everyone was frightened of him. Sometimes you see nowadays in India what they do. They have produced all these Puranas into movies. In all languages. They have made these movies. Yeah? Mahabharata, Ramayana, all Puranam, Vishnu Puranam, Shiva Puranam, everything. So if you see Kamsa there, Kamsa comes in many things. Vishnu Puranam, Kamsa comes, Bhagavatam, Kamsa comes, everything. And with all this modern technology, in the film industry, what they have got, they can produce some amazing things, which people see and enjoy quite a bit. That's how Ramananda Sagar's Ramayana Mahabharata became so famous because of that. So it's a way that gives that character some reality to it, isn't it? So Kamsa is one personality. If you see Kamsa, I don't know who has acted and all that, but the way he moves around and he talks and the way his anger, that angry mood in Kamsa all the time, in all situations, it's very impressive. It's very interesting to watch that. So Kamsa also here, and whenever Vasudeva comes to him and seeing Vasudeva some peacefulness, that peacefulness is affecting Kamsa also. And Kamsa does not know how to react to the situation because he is too peaceful, Vasudeva. And Vasudeva has woken up this divinity in that person. That is why it says, Drishtva samatvam tachaure satye chaiva vyavasthirim kamsas tushtamana rajan prahasam nidamam bravi. You see, samatvam. Samatvam means that equality. That means Vasudeva was experiencing happiness and distress. Vasudeva had the son, that happiness was there. Kirtiman was born. But Vasudeva also had the distress that he is going to be killed by Kamsa. So both happiness and distress was there, but in spite of happiness and distress, Vasudeva was very balanced in his mind. That is called Samatvam. Samatvam is that balanced state, unaffected by the happiness or the distress, isn't it? So that is what it's saying here. Drishtva samatvam tachaure satye chaiva vyavasthitim kamsa tushtamana rajan prahasan idam abravi. Kamsa drishtva samatvam tachaure. Shauri is Vasudeva. Drishtva samatvam tachaure. Seeing that balanced nature in Vasudeva. Satye chaiva vyavasthitim. And also seeing that truthfulness in Vasudeva. Kamsa Pushtamana Rajan. Kamsa became very pleased seeing that honesty or truthfulness in Kamsa as well as that balanced nature in Vasudev as well as the balanced nature in Vasudev. Kamsa Pushtamana, got very pleased with that. Rajan Parishit, he says. Parishit Prahasamnidam Braveed. And he started smiling. Kamsa was smiling now at Vasudev. So he's telling him, Vasudev, Kamsa Braveed. Then otherwise, how will a person like Kamsa will see a balanced mind? How can he understand anything? Balanced mind and truthfulness and all is not in Kamsa's dictionary. Truthfulness and all has gone long ago from Kamsa's technology, Kamsa's life. All these things don't exist for Kamsa. But first time, Kamsa is seeing all these things and recognizing in Vasudev, which is quite unusual for Kamsa to recognize such a thing in someone. Kamsa never done that before in life, any time. So here you will see Kamsa was practically very surprised, seeing this balanced state of mind in Vasudev as well as the truthfulness in Vasudev. Pritamanaha, it says, Pritamanaha. Then he was very pleased by that. Kamsa felt very happy. Santushtamana. So, sometimes you can see this, once in a while, you will see this, that even among the very wicked people, some goodness suddenly coming out like this. As I said before, sometimes some wicked people, they will once in a while do something good also in this world. So Kamsa started seeing that, he says that, 60th verse, Pradiyat Kumaroyam Nahyasmadastime Bhayam Ashtamat Avayor Vargam Bradam Murtume Vihida Kilaham Pradiyat Kumaroyam Nahyasmadastime Bhayam Ashtamat Avayor Garbha Murtume Vihida Kilaham. Straight away, the reaction from Kamsa was, take this baby back now. I don't have to worry about him, do I? Because the demigods have said, only the 8th child is going to kill me. Only the 8th child is going to kill me, so why should I kill this baby, Kirtiman? Now, he is not a threat for me. In this way, Kamsa immediately replied, straight away, without delaying anymore. Immediate reaction was like this from Kamsa. So take the baby back and said like that, and I don't have any fear, only the 8th child is going to cause my death. Therefore, this is the first one. Why should I kill? Kamsa is saying now, why should I kill the baby? Kamsa is asking. So Vasudeva says, okay, I'll take the baby back, he says. That devotees are like that. Have you noticed that? Devotees, whatever you say, okay, it's fine. That's also fine. If you want to kill, that's also fine. If you don't want to kill, that's also fine. He says like that. So Krishna is also like that. Whatever you say, Krishna says, that's also fine. Krishna is like that. You say to Krishna that, I want this and this. Krishna says, okay, you can have that. That's also fine. You say, I don't want all this. Krishna says, that's also fine. So, so that is the nature. That is, devotee's nature is like that. Krishna's nature is also like that. So here, what we will see here, everything Krishna says, Krishna only knows this one word. Everything is okay with me. Everything is okay with me. If you want to kill somebody, go kill. Okay, that's fine with me. If you want to save someone, save him. That's also fine with me. So the demigods were wandering around in the chanting the holy names for Krishna's shelter. And Krishna says to them also, that's also fine with me. So, Krishna has got this one word, I don't know whether you know this, Tathastu. You see this everywhere in the Bhagavatam. Devotees will ask something, Krishna says Tathastu. Though, when Yogamaya wanted to appear, Krishna told her, you go and appear like this. She said, "Oh Midi, Tathedi." I'll do like that, I'll do like 3 times. She answers Krishna. I'll do what I'm told, she says to him. So whatever you say, so this living force, soul inside, has this nature that whatever we imagine and think ourselves here with our mind, the soul will say, yes, go ahead, do it. Soul will never come on the way. Soul will not interfere in our thoughts or in our actions. That is the nature of the soul. Soul is Krishna, isn't it? Soul is Krishna inside. And the nature of the soul, whatever we want to do, go ahead and do it. Soul won't come on the way and tell you not to do it. Behind, it will stay behind everything and it will say, okay, go ahead. It will say like that. So, and it will strengthen in that way. Devotees are also like that. Vasudeva took the baby and walked out from there. But when Kamsa said that, he was in a peaceful state. But because he has given the baby back, Vasudeva did not particularly feel any great excitement about it. He didn't think that everything is fine now. He didn't think that everything is fine because you can never trust Kamsa. You can never trust Kamsa. He may say, now you take it away and after tomorrow he'll phone you back, bring it back again. He may say like that. So after some time he'll tell you to bring it back. So therefore, those who have not got control over their mind, who have not won over their mind, you can't trust them. You can't trust them. That is why it's mentioned here. Tadhevi, 61. Tadhevi sudamadaya eya anagadundubhi nabhyanandada tadvakyam asado avijidalmanaham. Tadhevi sudamadaya eya anagadundubhi Nabhyanandada tadvakyam asado avijidalmanaham. While going back, Vasudeva never thought, he didn't congratulate Kamsa or anything, he just took the baby and walked back from here. He may say these things now, but tomorrow what will happen, he doesn't know. So, this is why it is mentioned there, that the demonic nature is like that. Demonic, wicked people, their words also you can't take it for granted. So, sometimes even if they say something good, still you should not trust them. You should not trust them. And trusting anyone's words like that, you should not start doing anything either in this world. That thinking that they will help you or they'll protect you, and if you start thinking like that, and if you start doing anything, you will be in trouble. So, when Kamsa said this, Vasudeva didn't feel anything, he took the baby and walked back. And the demigod started thinking, has Kamsa started changing now? Because if Kamsa changes his mind, what will happen? Krishna Avadaram won't happen. Krishna won't appear. Isn't it? So demigods started getting worried. It's their problem now, isn't it? In here, Vasudeva and Devaki, they have the desire in demigod's mind was somehow the other Vasudeva should become more and more cruel to Vasudeva and Devaki, and eventually Krishna will appear. But if Kamsa started changing his mind, what will happen now? Krishna may cancel his plans to come to this world. So how will Kamsa will get killed then? The demigods wants Kamsa to be killed at that time. Kamsa needs liberation also. Kamsa needs liberation also. So in order that Kamsa to get liberated, Krishna has to create some very strong, powerful emotion inside Kamsa's heart. Inside Kamsa's heart. And utilizing that emotion, Kamsa has to go back to Krishna. Because if you try to make Kamsa as a devotee, that's not going to happen. That Krishna also knows. That is why Krishna has given different options. You know that. That, you remember in the 7th canto of Bhagavatam, these 3 yoga system, Jnanam, Karma, Bhakti, that is for all of us, human beings, human species like us, who are ordinary people. But then there are characters like Kamsa, Hiranyaksha, Hiranyakashipu, Ravana, Kumbhakarna and all that. For them, you can't apply this Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga. They don't have any interest in any of these things. They are too demoniac. So for them, Krishna has devised another yoga system. And that is what is mentioned in the 7th canto. Samrambha Sambrata Samadhi Yoga. What is that? Somehow or the other, create some strong emotion now. Doesn't matter what it is, either fear or lust or some kind of hate, something like that. But those emotions have to be very heavy, very powerful in them. If you can do that, then they can also get liberated. That's the only way to get them released from their body, from that body, for Kamsa also. So knowing this very well, Krishna decided that this person is very, very wicked. Very wicked he is, isn't it? Kamsa is very wicked. So let me get hold of that wickedness and make that wickedness very strong in him. So that he will come out from that somehow. He will use that wickedness to get out. How you approach Krishna? Accordingly Krishna responds. If you approach Krishna with hate, Krishna will also create more hate in you. Or Krishna will hate you. If you approach Krishna with fear, Krishna will make you more frightened. If you approach Krishna with love, Krishna will develop loving relationship with you. That is that Yayadhamam Prabhadyante means. Yayadhamam Prabhadyante comes, everyone is doing Prabhati to Krishna. Prabhadyante means surrendering to Krishna. Kamsa also surrenders to Krishna in another way, not like the way the devotee will surrender. Kamsa surrender is another style. So knowing very well that a demonic person, with that demonic nature, he will get liberated. So, therefore, if Krishna stays as a very, suppose Kamsa stays as a demonic person, and then he starts becoming a pious person, then that hate won't develop inside. So you have to get him somehow into that particular emotions. So that is why Krishna says, in the 1000 names you will see a word, Taskaranam Padaye Namam. Among all the thieves, I am the head. Krishna says, among all the thieves, I am the head. So if you are a thief, remain as a big thief, not a small thief, like a big thief. So all these people have approached Krishna in that way, isn't it? Approach Krishna in that way. Gopya Kaman, gopis approach Krishna in lust. Bhayat Kamsa, Kamsa out of fear. Gopya Kaman, Bhayat Kamsa, Desha Chaityadayo Nubha. Shishivada had Chaityadayo Nubha. That king of Chedi, Shishivada had hate towards Krishna. Sambandho Vishnaya Sneha, that Vishnus have got family relationship with Krishna. Yuyam Bhaktya Vibhom, that Sri Narayana Maharshi says, we have our approach to Krishna with bhakti and Bhaktya Vayam Vibho, that you are also, Pandavas also have approached Krishna with love. Approach with love. So here you can see Kamsa's process is that fear. That is the process given to Kamsa. Through fear, he should approach Krishna. He has to approach Krishna. If it is like that so much wicked activities, demonic activities he has completed, and suddenly if Kamsa becomes a good person, then it is not happening. It's not going to happen. It will cause problems. So immediately Indra called Sri Narada Maharshi and spoke to him and told him, go there and sort this out. We don't want Kamsa to become a good person. Kamsa shouldn't become a good person. If he becomes a good person, it's a problem for us. Nothing will happen. Krishna won't happen, Krishna won't appear, Kamsa won't get killed. So please go and do something about this. He says to Devi. And destiny is such, the first 6 children are meant to die. So go back to Vasudeva and Devaki and mature them in that way. So you can see this. In order that people to accept Krishna shelter and Krishna consciousness. Some people, when they get opportunity for satsanga, but they will not come to Krishna consciousness. They will get the opportunity for satsanga. They will study Vedantam, some Sanskrit, everything, They will chant a lot, plenty of chanting, everything do. But still something is missing in them. Something is missing in them. So sometimes it happens like that. So you will notice that somewhere something is missing in spiritual life. You study all the Shastram very well. You do all your sadhana very well. Yeah? You study Shastram very well. Spend a lot of your time in life studying Shastram with it very intensely and with a lot of effort. You put a lot of time into it, energy into it, studying Shastram. Plus, you stayed away from all your material occupations in a big way. Avoided everything, not endeavoring too much in this world, kept everything to the minimum. And also you performed a lot of sadhana, chanting the holy name a lot. But still a missing link inside. Nothing is happening in spiritual life. Nothing is happening in spiritual life. It has happened to people like that. And sometimes women, one lady, she got husband died very young age. Coming from a very nice family, in the sense that at an early age, when the husband died, she straight away took to spiritual life very seriously. In other words, she started studying Shastram, stayed alone at home, and without getting involved in the family life and in the social life, she pulled out of it and became very introspective. And not only that, because they have that special quality that she had, was able to take to studying the Shastram very well, all the Vedantic tests and Upanishads, everything, Yoga Vasishtam, all she has studied and reflected on that very well. And she says to this Mahatma, says to him that I have studied all these things, thought about this, still I am not feeling any peace inside. I am not feeling any peace inside. The Mahatma said to him, all that what you have done is very good. You have done the right thing. You have studied Shastram, reflected on this, understood properly, and you are doing the right thing. You are doing perfect sadhana also. So she asked him, what is missing? What is missing in my life? He immediately told her, the only thing what is missing is that you have not suffered enough in life. That was the answer. You have not suffered enough in your life. Because all the so-called sadhana, the so-called Shastram, all will remain on the surface. When does it start working? When you are hit heavily. You have to be hit very hard. And when you are hit hard, you will see Shastram will come from inside, even if you are not studying Shastram. That is how the Shastram is. All the Shastram and this sadhana, everything is, that is why I am saying, spiritual life is not dependent on the sadhana. Spiritual life is not dependent on the Shastram. Spiritual life is dependent on this heavy hit what you have to get inside. Only then it will open up inside. It will open up. Till then it won't open. You can keep on studying Shastram for the rest of the life. And that lady later on, she acknowledged that. She said that. She said what a glorious instruction it was. Later on she suffered a lot, and more she suffered, more and more she started realizing the truth. Because realization is like that, spiritual realization. Every great personality, if you look, you will see in their life what they went through, the miseries and distress they have gone through. So he says to her, the only problem you have that you have not had enough distress in life. Already her husband is dead, and is here, she is alone like this, and she was coming for Salsangam, and she had this question. Why? Because only if you experience distress a lot, Vairagyam will come. Otherwise it will all just talk only. Detachment, we can keep on talking about it. But when you get hit very hard by the material nature, then Vairagyam will come in a natural way. So it is like that, and it is only for that purpose, in order to create Vairagyam in us, that Krishna gives us distress. That's the only reason. Not that Krishna has any animosity towards us or ill feeling towards us. He puts us into corners us into puts into a very awkward situation and makes us suffer so that we become introspective. Vairagyam will come from this world. Otherwise, we are not people who will give up this world easily. We want to buy all the properties in this world and we want to be everything the best in this world. The whole world should recognize us. All kinds of desires, which will never go. It will keep on increasing day by day. But when we get hit by Krishna's material energy in some way or the other, that is Ishasya hi vashe loge yoshadarumayi yatha. In Bhagavatam you will see, whole world is moving under Krishna's control. Ishasya hi vashe logo yoshadarumayi yatha. Just like wooden puppets, how it's controlled by the puppet player. Krishna is playing with every single one of us in one way or the other. The earlier we recognize and surrender to Krishna, then that game will stop. Otherwise, Krishna will continue to play the puppet game with us. Ishasya hi vashe loge yoshada arumayi yatha. So, saying that Agamishe hinam bhogeshu viraham dhatu tasma dukkham nagarhe. Bhogeshu viraham dhatu. Agamishe hinam. We should never ever talk badly about distress when it comes. That is the Shastric injunction. Shastram says to us, when distress comes to us, we should not any time say that, why did this happen to me? Why is it giving me this trouble? Why am I suffering like this? These words should never come from our mouth. I know it is difficult, but that is the way a spiritually advanced person will see it. So, sometimes as I said before, that never to insulting way to speak about distress, because Agamishe bhogeshu viraham, that when the distress comes, automatically what happens? The desire for sense enjoyment goes away, isn't it? At least temporarily, it goes away. Viraham tasma dukkham nagarhe. Therefore, distress should not be condemned. Distress should not be condemned. Normally, a lot of distress comes. What will be the first reaction? I have been chanting so many months and years, and I have done so much deity worship. I went to all the holy places, attended all the Srimad Bhagavatam classes, and why I am put into this? Well, it's all a waste of time. They'll talk like that. People will start like that. So this is our Swarupam, our nature is like that. So lot of distress when it comes, Vairagyam will come, renunciation will come. When Vairagyam comes, meditation will happen, Dhyanam, meditation will happen. When meditation happens, we'll become that blissful nature will come from inside. So the way to happiness is through distress. That is the principle. The way to happiness, if you remember that one, the way to happiness is through distress. You will not looking for happiness in this world. If you remember this, but what we want is, we want happiness without distress. But the way to happiness is through distress. That is how Krishna has created this world. You cannot change it. If you really want the spiritual happiness to come, you have to go through distress. There is no other concessions there. You can study all Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, everything, and you can perform all Ekadashi and all the 692 rounds or whatever. You can chant, everything you can do. But if distress don't come in life, you can still see that you are where you are. That is how powerful that part of spiritual life is. That is why in Bhagavatam has been noticed. Bhakti, Jnanam, Vairagyam it says. Three things, isn't it? Bhakti and Jnanam is fine. But if Vairagyam is not there, your Bhakti will never stay. Your Jnanam will never stay. Your Jnanam will never stay, your Bhakti will never stay if Vairagyam is not there. And Vairagyam will only come when distress comes. This is it. There is no escape route there. So, dukkham nagarhe. Never to worry about it, and distress comes, wholeheartedly accept it. That is what Krishna's mercy is coming, in other words. Very difficult to see it like that, isn't it? But Krishna gives you distress to see where Krishna's mercy is coming. Krishna's mercy is coming. There's one instance that one devotee suffered a lot and said to Krishna that I am suffering like this. And Krishna says, that's my mercy, he says. Krishna says, it's my mercy, he says. So, Krishna's mercy is like that. And actually, we must remember this because when you go to this, if you want to see this in practical life, you have to go to these big, big temples. And in those temples, you will see some people. They are not rich. They are living in abject poverty. Total poverty they live. They have nothing in this world. All they may have is probably an aluminium pot to carry some food. And a set of dhoti what they have got. And if you look at their bodies, straight away you can make out that they are not eating on time every day. And they haven't even got a permanent place to stay. You will see this all over big any big temple in India you go around, you will see this happening all the time. And when you look at them, you see their lifestyle, that they are going through very hard time from our point of view. But if you very closely observe them, you will see a happiness in them. Have you noticed that? That happiness you won't see it. You'll only, in our mind, it's only we are thinking that, oh, unfortunate soul, what a heavy karma they have got, they are suffering like this. In this way, so many thoughts will go through our mind. But if you very carefully observe, if you have to be very close with them and watch them, some of them are very happy people in this world. Why? They have really started experiencing the happiness of the soul. Because in all this misery, some of them, their children have left them and gone away, not looking after them at the old age. And due to poverty or by various reasons, they have to leave home. And either husband died, wife died, different situations. You will see this everywhere. Haridwar, Rishikesh, Vrindavan, Srirangam, Dwarka, everywhere. These people are there in the temples. Nobody will notice them because they are not coming in the Jaguar or BMW. Nobody will notice them. They are living there. Nobody will take notice of them also. And they will sit there with a pot in the hand asking for something. If you give it, they take it. If you don't give it, they leave you. But that's not the question. But some of them, due to this vairagyam that has come in them, due to the distress that they have experienced in their life, from all corners everything is shut for them. They have illness, different illnesses in the body, there is no medicine, there is no doctor, there is no money, nothing. So they don't have to go to any doctor. That's one side. On the other side, the body is giving various troubles and there is no guarantee about their minimum food even. In spite of all that, there is a happiness in them also, which we may not notice that straight away, but there is a happiness because that distress that they have experienced over a period of time has brought them away from the body to a great extent. And that separation from the body is actually a relief from these miseries of life. That slowly if you get disconnected from this body, all the problem is solved. What we are trying to, our mistake is, we are staying within this body and trying to be happy at the same time. That will not work. Only by getting out of this body, happiness will come, not otherwise. That is why it is said, mentions like this, that all attachments are gone for them. They are not thinking of going back home, maintaining their property or anything. There is no attachment there. There is no property to maintain anymore. There is no husband or wife to care anymore. There is no children to worry about anymore. And there is no money, there is no food, nothing in this world. So what is there to worry about? What is there to worry about? So therefore, it's a situation only then, when this situation happens in life, Dhyanam will develop inside, meditation. Some meditation will happen inside. At the moment, all our attention is in the world outside, isn't it? So that attention will go from the world, care for the world, and it will become serious, and that is when Vairagyam comes. And through that Vairagyam, These personalities who are sitting there, they develop knowledge and bhakti in their heart. And when you observe them, some of them you can see they are in the temple at early hours in the morning, even before the temple opens, they will be there. And after the temple closes in the evening, till then they will stay. Everything, and some of them, if they are healthy enough, at different times when the temple is open, they will go and have a darshan and come back. If Srimad Bhagavatam or any Ramayana or anything is discussed inside, they will go and sit quietly in a corner and listen. You will observe all these things with some people. How focused they are in their spiritual life. No other concern in this world. No other concern in this world. No care for anything else in this world. Totally focused in the spiritual life. Completely taking Krishna's shelter. How did this happen? Through Vairagyam. Vairagyam's force it is. The power of the Vairagyam inside. That is what has driven them to that state. Not through bhakti, not through jnana. Through Vairagyam they got bhakti and jnana. Through Vairagyam. Power of Vairagyam is like that. So that is why this Mother Janaki, who had this experience, she came from a good family, got married to a doctor. The doctor died. Early marriage broke up. After that she didn't marry. In that system, the Brahmana families in those days, tradition was they never got remarried again. They stayed us. She stayed at home with her parents, but lost all interest in life after that, because she knew that there was nothing much to look forward to. And so took very seriously, because of the background she was able to take the Shastra very seriously, started studying everything very well, and took Upanishads, Vedantam, Yoga Vasishtam, everything she studied well, and got a lot of understanding from everything, and very firm and fixed in her sadhana also, getting up early in the morning till late in the evening, no interest in anything whatsoever in this world, family life, social life, all she has given up. Still she was saying like this, why am I not getting that? Something I am not getting. That stage will come in spiritual life. Every one of us will experience that at some point. So that's why she asked that question, why not experiencing that? At that time, Mahatma said to him, the only thing what is missing that you have not suffered enough. You have not had enough distress yet. Once you had that enough distress in life, then it will open up inside. All this knowledge what you have studied, it will start working. Otherwise it will remain like that. See, look at that. Bhakti, Jnanam, Vairagyam, all three things go together. It cannot remain, one cannot stay without the other two. One cannot stay without the other two. That is why it is like that. So here, Krishna also is looking at it. This applies to everyone. Vasudeva and Devaki also it applies to. So in Vasudeva and Devaki also, Krishna decided that in spite of that they have spiritual qualities and everything, this one thing is missing in Vasudeva and Devaki. What was that? Vairagyam. Vairagyam was in there. And there is a proof in the Bhagavatam for that. We will be moving on to Vasudeva's glorification of Krishna. That is Vasudeva's stuti, Krishna's appearance and Vasudeva's glorification. We will see that later. But what Krishna decided was at that time that then Bhogeshu viraham dhadu. What will happen because of Vairagyam? When dukkha, distress comes, attachment will go. Asakti will go. Asakti will go. Asakti is three different ways. Vitteshana, Putreshana, Dhareshana, Logeshana. Vitteshana means attachment to wealth. Putreshana means attachment to children. And Dhareshana means attachment to wife. And Logeshana, attachment to the world. Out of all these three, Putreshana, you may escape one day. Vitteshana also you may escape one day. Dhareshana also may escape. Lokeshana is the most difficult one. This is Lokeshana. Because Lokeshana operates on a very, very subtle level. Very, very subtle level. That is why in Vasudeva, this Putreshana was very prominent. Putreshana means attachment to children. In two appearances before, two births previously, Vasudeva wanted, I want children, I want children, I want children. That was the prayer. And Krishna appeared in both lives as their son, isn't it? as Kashyapa Prajapati and Aditi Devi, Vamanamurti was born. Prishnigarbha and Sudhabhas, Krishna appeared as their child also. As Prishnigarbha was his name. Prishni and Sudhabhas, Prishnigarbha appeared, Krishna appeared as that, both lines. So, but now, then also they are saying that in 3 lifetimes you have to come. So, that asakti, attachment is very strong in Vasudeva. That Krishna knew very well from the beginning. So, Vasudeva, so only then, if Vasudeva get removed that attachment from inside, asakti inside, Krishna thought that I can appear through him. I have to prepare Vasudeva for that. Otherwise, he is simply attached to everyone. Therefore, I have to put Vasudeva into distress first. And that is why he says to Kamsa, and I have to frighten Kamsa also. 2 things at the same time. On the one hand, I have to get rid of all Vasudeva's attachment to children. His attachment was there, strong attachment in previous 2 lifetimes. And in this life also, it started manifesting through Kirtiman with the first child. The 6 children were there, and Vasudeva was getting attached to them very strongly to the children. All the 6 children. Krishna noticed that. And Krishna said that he had the same problem in previous 2 lifetimes. And his same problem is still now. It hasn't gone away. So, first thing, I have to create some Vairagyam in Vasudeva. So he decided that one. Secondly, in order that Kamsa, only quality Kamsa has that fear about me. Fear about Krishna. So I have to strengthen that fear in Kamsa's heart. So we have to frighten Kamsa, and at the same time to create bhakti in Vasudeva, you have to create this distress in him. And then Kamsa will come to meditation in that way. So therefore what he decided was that in order to frighten Kamsa, Krishna decided like this: if I appear in front of him like the way I appeared in front of Hiranyakashipu, it will not work. It will not work. These 2 personalities, if you look carefully, Kamsa and Hiranyakashipu, they are little different. You notice that? Hiranyakashipu, as a personality who came from Vaikuntha, isn't it? Came from Vaikuntha. So when he came from there, he got a guarantee from there, I'll have to stay here only 3 lifetimes. Hiranyakashipu was the first one, then he came as Ravana and Kumbhakarna, and then he came as Shishupala and Dandavakra. That's how Hiranyakashipu took 3 births, isn't it? So they also got a guarantee from Krishna that when they left Vaikuntha, that we will not live there very long, but when we are there, we want to finish up the business very quickly. This was an agreement between them and Krishna before they left Vaikuntha. Kamsa didn't have any agreement, prior agreement with him, like that. So 10 to 15 years, Krishna thought that let Kamsa be Krishna conscious for about 12 years. That was the decision, first decision. Krishna made the decision, let me keep Kamsa Krishna conscious for 12 years. I don't want to go in front of him like the way I went in front of Hiranyakashipu. Because Hiranyakashipu was such a big demon, compared to him Kamsa is nothing. Hiranyakashipu was so demoniac, you know that what Hiranyakashipu was like, isn't it? He can turn the whole universe upside down, they say, about him. Whole universe he could turn upside down. So Krishna had to come as Narasimhamurti. And not only that, he started torturing Prahlada to such an extent. And therefore Krishna decided immediate action with Hiranyakashipu. So he came, and on the spot everything was sorted out. Immediately it was sorted out with Hiranyakashipu. But Kamsa's case is not that big enough demon as a demon, as Hiranyakashipu was. So first of all I have to create this fear in him, so that using that fear as the medium, I have to get Kamsa out from here. This was Krishna's decision. So in order that fear to get strengthened, it will take some time. Straight away I can't create that fear in him. So Krishna decided, let him have about 12 years life in this world before that I take his life away. So, so in other words, there is an announcement 12 years before Kamsa's death. This announcement that he will be killed. He will be killed. 8th child will kill him. Is it not sufficient if you make the announcement just before Krishna's birth? Why do you have to make the announcement 12 years before? That's what you have to think about, isn't it? This announcement which came from the sky, that only the 8th child will kill you. Why a gap of 10, 12 years there? Only the 8th child will kill you. That's the announcement was, isn't it? The reason for that was that let me give him some time so that he can meditate upon me. Who comes up? Kamsa can meditate upon me. And that worked. That worked also. From that day onwards, Kamsa's meditation was the topmost meditation in this world. Nobody has meditated on Krishna like the way Kamsa has meditated. Our sadhana, 192 rounds and all, nothing compared to Kamsa's meditation. Who could meditate on Krishna even while sleeping? While sleeping, he will get up and look underneath the bed if Krishna is there. Can you imagine that kind of meditation? So Krishna conscious was Kamsa. Imagine that. We are struggling with our 16 rounds here, thinking that, oh, I was Krishna conscious for 2 hours. You know that I got 2 hours, if you later on analyze it, you will see you are not even Krishna conscious for 1 minute. 12 hours. Practically 30 seconds, if you are Krishna conscious, you are fortunate. Because the rest of the time you are scheming something else in the mind, planning for the rest of the day or for the future or anxiety about paying bills or so many other things were going on in our Krishna consciousness. But Kamsa's Krishna consciousness was not like that. Perfect, pakka as they say. Krishna consciousness. Completely absorbed in Krishna. 12 years. Imagine that samadhi state. Sambhramba Sambhrada Samadhi Yoga, it is called. That is Krishna consciousness. That is the kind of Krishna consciousness we need. But it didn't happen. So here, 10 to 15 years, all the time thinking about Krishna. When will he come? When will I see him? When will he kill me? All these things. So in order to create this situation, Krishna gave this advance notice. That was the reason for giving that advance notice. So Krishna has to prepare Kamsa. Krishna has to prepare Vasudeva also. He wants to give liberation to both of them. So Kamsa, he needs 12 years meditation, so that was organized. Vasudeva is having this problem, strong attachment. So something has to be done about that. That is why this 12-year gap, that's where it's coming from. In these 12 years, Vasudeva had these 6 children, and after that, right in front of his eyes, all 6 of them were slaughtered. So that you don't get attached to them anymore. That attachment, asakti inside is so strong. You won't know how strong that is. We may say so many things in this world, I'm not attached and all that. But when the attachment starts coming out, you feel totally helpless about it. You don't think anymore, only the attachment drives everything, isn't it? So that is why it's a very difficult state in life when it comes to that state, that Vasudeva, in spite of God Krishna as their son, in 2 lifetimes, could not give up the attachment still. So when the children were born, attachment was growing again. Krishna noticed that. So in this 12 years time, Krishna gave it to both Kamsa and Vasudeva so that it peaks. It peaks. Attachment peaks. Similarly, the fear also, it peaks. When it peaked, when both of it peaked, Krishna finished the business. Finished the business. Kamsa was called in. Kamsa called Vasudeva to bring the children, all 6 of them. And in front of Vasudeva and Devaki, all 6 of them were killed. A father and mother sat there and looked at them. All 6 of them being killed. So that is why. And in order to give that distress to Vasudeva and Devaki, to come out of them, because that worked. That distress worked. Yajna came to them. So, in order, all this is a part of Krishna Lila. Krishna Lila's part is all these things. After doing all these things, demigod sent Srinarada Maharshi to them. Narada Maharshi straight away went to Kamsa. Went to Kamsa. Narada goes to, Narada Maharshi goes to Kamsa and asks him, how is the administration going these days? How is the country? How is people and everyone? Kamsa's answer, better not to say anything, Kamsa says. Very difficult. That the opposite side is giving a lot of problems. He says, talking about demigods, he says. They are telling lies first thing, and they are doing different things also. That I'm told that the 8th child of Vasudeva and Devaki is going to kill me, he said. And this is a mistake, that this is a trick that the demigods are playing on me. Because I heard this when I was bringing Vasudeva and Devaki in the chariot back to the palace. They spoke like this, the 8th child will kill me. And so Narada Maharshi asked him, so have you arranged everything to look after yourself? You have done everything, haven't you? He says, I've done everything. And till now, Vasudeva was bringing all the children to me, and I have told him to take them back. But now I started thinking I should not let them go like that. Earlier he said, they are not, only the 8th child will kill me. That was the word from the sky. But now Kamsa's mind has changed. Why should I think about the 8th one? Why should I not think about the rest? The others as well. And he's saying like that. Therefore I am saying that I will, so he says to him, I let them go. I let them go because of that, he said. Narada Maharshi, that is a mistake you have done. He says, you don't know how to count, he said. Completely confused Kamsa. These demigods are like that. They are all present in our body. All these senses in the body are demigods present in us. We don't understand that. But the reason is that it can screw up our mind and intelligence, everything. Completely out. Completely go everything. So he says to Kamsa, Narada Maharshi says to him, from which side have you started counting the 8? From the top side or from the bottom side? If you count 8th one, so all this, so if you count from the other end, 8th one is the first one, isn't it? First one is the 8th one if you count from the other side. Start counting from the other side. Since, and not only that, Narada Maharshi started telling Kamsa, you know this number 8 is a very dangerous number. Isn't it? 8 is it's a complete number, isn't it? 8 is the only complete number. And 8 is also the 5 material elements, mind, intelligence and false ego. Aparapagati is also 8. 0 and 8 is the two important numbers. You will see this 8, everything coming 8. 8 is an important number. So 8 is Maya's number. Who saying this? Narada Maharshi is saying to Kamsa. If you are thinking about this 8, you can't trust, he says. 8 can cause always problem. When you count 8, everything else is okay, but 8 is a troublesome number. So he confused Kamsa with all this kind of logic, and the result was that never touch this 8. And he says, so like this he confused Kamsa about that, and Kamsa took a quick decision straight away. Why worry about counting? Only because you are thinking of all this counting problem. The easiest problem is kill them all. Get them all here and kill them, he said. And Narada Maharshi was laughing inside. That's what he wanted, isn't it? He wanted that. So he can go back and tell Indra, I've done all what you have told me to do. This is how this world is going on. So he says, and immediately someone said, bring every one of them here, he said. All 6 of them. The 7th one escaped. How? Balram, isn't it? 7th one is gone. So all this is confusion for Kamsa. 8th one will kill me. This is the word. Now the 7th one has escaped. Kamsa doesn't know about it. That arrangement through Yogamaya, she has come and taken her from Devaki Devi and replanted it in Rohini's womb. Kamsa is not aware of that. Kamsa knew she was pregnant. Devaki was pregnant. Kamsa is counting every night, which is the one. This is the first, second, third. Very carefully, he is keeping a record of everything. When the 7th one came, it's missing. Gone missing. Nothing happened. And the 8th one, so is 8th one is Krishna or 7th one is Krishna? Confusion. One. When you count from this side or that, in another confusion. Maya's confusion, 8 is also a confusion. It's overall confusion. With all that confusion, Kamsa decided the easiest thing to do, whoever are there, kill them all. He said. He took that decision and order to bring them home straight away. So when this happened, so somebody mentioned at that time, one came and Kamsa, do you know how to count properly? He says to Kamsa, Kamsa hasn't gone to school, you see. Kamsa never went to school either. So he decided that, let me do the thing, and what Narada Maharshi is saying, this is proper. So all these people who are coming here, they are all born from the demigods families, and they will always tell lies. Because we are demons, isn't it? They will always tell lies. And they will arrange everything to kill us. And after saying this, Sri Narada Maharshi went away. After organizing all this is Narada Maharshi's job. He did all these things and then he went away. We'll discuss it tomorrow. What goes to Sri Narada?